Alright, you motherfuckers. This is a special Thursday stream. Special because I've got a movie to go see tomorrow. I'm going to see it with a friend of mine. And I won't be able to stream. So, gonna make up that time today. It definitely looks like it's about to rain out here. Ah, it's fucking lovely. Thankfully, my old fat ass doesn't have to be out in it, so... If that is true, that is a hell of an accomplishment for science, medical science. So I'm seeing a thing on my Facebook says Japan is trialing a new drug that regrows human teeth, ending dentures and implants forever. Now, I don't know if that's true. But if it is, that's pretty cool. Can't lie about that. That's a pretty amazing thing to bring to the table. Yo, Chef, what's up, my boy? I am on because I am going to see the new He-Man movie in theaters tomorrow, so I won't be able to stream. So I'm making up the day today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be on today. Oh, excuse me. Ooh. But I will be on for my customary 5 to 6 hours worth of play. In this case, my first goal today is to finish this particular region. I've got a quest I'm kind of in the middle of doing, and then I got a couple other things I need to finish up. Wait to see what happens. Like I got a legendary monster I need to beat the shit out of. I've got a picture spot I gotta go do. Which means I gotta remember how the fuck you do that. This fucking game might have been one of those things. What? Huh. I hadn't heard about that case. Interesting. Okay. Trying to remember everyone I go through. I need to fucking write this list down one of these days. So while I finish up start stream, I gotta run to the restroom real quick. And on the way, grab me a little bit of coffee. So I'll be back. Hang tight. Yo, what's up, Blue Daisy? Sorry, I was in the bathroom when you got in here. Bathroom and grab a coffee. Doing a special Thursday stream because I've got a movie I'm going to see in theater tomorrow. I won't be able to stream. So making up for that today. Also want to apologize ahead of time. Looks like we're fixing to get a storm out here where I live. So that could potentially interfere with my internet. Also want to send a happy Pride Month out to all those folks in the LGBTQIA+ community. Or as I like to call them, just because it's easier to say and easier to fucking remember, the Rainbow Warrior community. I'm hoping to see a lot more positive change on the equal rights front for everybody in the U.S. I'm hoping that our Congress will do the right fucking thing and get some of that moving. Get a bunch of that ready. But regardless, the struggles that the Rainbow Warrior community have gone through are immense, potentially immeasurable, and they deserve recognition for everything that's been done to them and against them over the eons of humanity's existence. I also want to remind everybody out there that homosexuality has been a part of human culture since essentially humans diverged from simians. In most cases, it was tolerated in most societies. It wasn't necessarily approved, but it was tolerated. It hasn't been until about the last 150 years, maybe 300 years at most, where homosexuality has come to be looked down upon as vile, gross, nasty, evil, etc. I do not agree with any of those negative adjectives. As far as I'm concerned, who you want to love and how, you two express your love to each other is none of our fucking business. That's the long and short of that. I don't care if you're gay, straight, trans, bi, what the fuck ever. I do kind of care if
Jesus Fisher Price booster seat. No, I don't. I'm 5 foot.
At my sister's wedding, the mill smirked and pointed me.
If you're into like something really nasty like bestiality, that's kind of gross. There have to be certain limits, and I don't believe a human having sex with an animal is an appropriate expression of love and affection. And I think that's something most of humanity can and often does agree on. But that said, to the Rainbow Warriors, members of that community, do you, boo? And don't let other motherfuckers sit there and try to tell you that you being you doing you is bad or inappropriate or negative in any way, shape, or form. Unless you are purposely and intentionally hurting other people's with what you do and how you do it, I don't give a fuck what you do or how you do it. As long as your actions and activities are not bringing harm upon other people, then your activities are your own goddamn business and not anybody else's, and anybody who wants to shove their nose into it can fuck right off. Like, fuck right the fuck off. It's just that simple. You guys deserve your recognition based on your struggles. Just as much as basically any other marginalized group in the U.S. And for those out there, because there are those out there that don't want the Rainbow Warrior community to have their own month or their own, celebrations, at least within the confines of the U.S., to those dumb motherfuckers, I say this: you bigoted, homophobic pieces of shit can all go suck the biggest, blackest dick on the planet and choke on it. You don't have to agree with the lifestyle that the Rainbow Warrior community lives by. That's fine. There's a lot of things in life that I personally don't 100% agree with. And that's fine. It's called, being my own person and having my own opinions. But just because I don't necessarily agree with it doesn't necessarily mean I have the right to bag on anybody or denigrate anybody or be derogatory towards anybody, because that is the lifestyle they fucking choose to live by. There are very few things on this planet that I think are so disgusting and so fucking appalling that they deserve to be called out publicly on a consistent basis. Hatred and bigots are definitely on that short list of things, and I will call you motherfuckers out every single time. I don't give a shit if you like it. Come at me. You're gonna find that not gonna be a pleasant ending for you. That's simple. But I hope this Pride Month is a good month. I hope the year is good for you guys.
Where do you think these ones are off to?
This is really bumming me out.
What is it?
These black robes. They all smell the same, more or less.
Is it the mafia, you think?
Could be, but I doubt it.
Shit, I forgot I had a chiropractor appointment. So hang on. Yeah, I fucking forgot. Yeah. Yeah, we can shoot for Monday. Same time. And then go back to Thursday after that. Alright, later.
Their scent is, I don't know, heavier? To me, a person's scent is one of the most
Alright, that was
frightening
my
features of
chiropractor's
all
office
these
calling
pets.
to say I missed today's appointment because I completely fucking spaced it.
Smell like you. Simple as that.
And me?
But kind of good because, you know, it is now raining and there's a good chance I might have got caught out in the middle of this shit had I gone, so.
All that black's gotta be stifling.
Oh, it is. Trust and believe. Hotter than a friggin' oven.
I still can't believe they managed to cross the desert on these dabs. Pretty crazy.
Some did. Not all.
We ran into a bunch before you joined, Yuffie.
In Midgar? I saw my fair share when I was there too. Never came across them before that though. Now that I think about it.
Lived next to him for a bit.
I think they're heading to that door.
What do you think they're pointing at?
There's a submarine dock beneath the harbor. Maybe that.
I bet you that's where we'll find the proto-road.
Oh, I see. Make us go and fish it out.
The simplest way inside would be by sea.
And Selena's got us covered.
The company has launched an investigation into the individuals who were the arrest, as well as the nature of the organization he claims to represent. Breaking news at this hour.
Hey, Mystic.
Just like that, okay?
Okay, that door is open. Well, potentially. Alright, so that one's locked. You can't go through it. Alright, let's get some Pokeballs out in chat. There we go. shit. There we go. That worked.
Connected on some really weird, deep level, right?
Seems so.
Seems so?
I don't have proof, just a hunch. But the more I see, the more I know I'm right.
Just one more reason we gotta put a stop to that crazy bastard.
I didn't mean to startle you. I simply wanted to inform you that I have located more robed individuals.
Copy. Send us the coordinates.
Of course, right away.
The new owners take the keys. I didn't answer. I have found over the years that the most useful thing you can do when a man hands you a shovel is decline to dig. What, nothing? Royce grinned. No big speech. Usually you've got a little something. No, I said. Go on. You're not done. I'm done. He lifted his glass. So did Della. So did Joelle, and Ford, and Wynn, and Brett, and Dad's partner Petra, and the cousins whose names I only half keep, and the in-laws, and the neighbor my father had invited because 60 feels lonely otherwise. 14 people, and every glass in that room went up except mine and my father's. Dad's hand hovered near the stem and didn't close on it. I'll give him... Yes, Ford, I have a surprise for you.
Oh boy, here we go. She's really bad at planning things, but...
What's up, sweetie? Okay, so Hampton by Hilton is sending 50 creators across 50 states on road trips, and we're going.
Whoa, hold on. Maybe she's actually thought this through. I'm intrigued.
Awesome. Where are we going?
To moving forward, Royce announced. To moving forward, the table answered, and they drank to the sale of a house out from under the man whose birthday it was, and most of them looked at me while they did it, because that was the actual toast. The toast was, look at the one who failed. Look at him, sit there. Don't be cruel about it, Della said to her husband, in the tone people use when they want credit for kindness while still enjoying the show. He can keep whatever fits in the truck. He doesn't have a truck, Royce said, and the table laughed again. That's sort of the whole problem, isn't it? 36 years old. Now. Uncle Ford lifted a finger like a man making a generous ruling. Some folks are just late bloomers. Emmett'll land somewhere.
Really?
Plenty of places, Cousin Brett said. Just never stayed. I let them have it. There's a kind of man who, when a room turns on him, starts explaining himself, and every word he says is another inch of rope. I have watched that man at 100 tables. I have never been that man. I sat with my hands folded and let them build the picture of me they've been carrying for years, because the picture was about to be the single most expensive mistake any of them had ever made, and I wanted it good and finished before I corrected it. Anyway, Royce turned back to the room, the host of his own little execution. Friday, noon, new chapter for everybody. I waited until the glasses came down. Then I pushed my chair back, slow, no scrape, and stood. Excuse me, I said. I have to make a call. Royce laughed. Tell your landlord you'll need the references. I walked out through the kitchen, past the caterer scraping a pan, out the side door into the blue evening, and stood at the bottom of the driveway where the porch light didn't reach. The air smelled like cut grass, and somebody 2 streets over grilling. My phone was already in my hand. I didn't have to scroll for the number. I'd known for 3 weeks that I might dial it tonight, and I'd known for 5 years that...
That is fucking weird.
She picked up on the second ring, which is what I paid her for. It's me, I said. Send it. All of it? Marguerite's voice was flat and professional, the way escrow officers learn to talk so they never have to talk twice. The full commitment, the vesting, the buyer entity, the occupancy rider, everything in the packet, everything, to Royce and to his agent. Tonight, right now, a pause while she pulled the file. You understand?
Hey, Fotis. Welcome the fuck back in.
And I have to flag the seller side representations. There's no quiet version of this. There was never going to be a quiet version.
Appreciate the re-up on the sub.
I hung up, put the phone in my pocket, and looked at my watch. The cheap one. The one Royce always made a thing about. Because a man who measures other men by their watches tells you everything about himself with lightning. I didn't go back inside. I leaned against the cold brick of my own house and waited. And I knew almost exactly how the next 10 minutes would run. Because I built them. A packet like that doesn't arrive gently. It lands in an agent's inbox with the title commitment up top. And if the agent reads the vesting line first out of habit, we're not a twist would see, in plain underwriting language, that the property she had under contract was vested not in Truett Renner, but in non-bond holdings LLC, and that there was never real. After her would come Marguerite.
Alright, let's get some Pokeballs into chat.
Seller's misrepresentations on the file. Because that is what an escrow officer is obligated to do the moment she knows. And somewhere in there, on a separate track I'd set running an hour before, Halcyon Bridge Capital would get the courtesy letter telling them the collateral behind their loan had never existed. And Halcyon does not send a follow-up text. Halcyon calls. 3 phones, 10 minutes. I leaned against the brick and counted. They've been pushing like this for years, so none of it surprised me. When Dad's company hit the wall, and it hit hard, a school district contract that went sideways, payroll, a second moved to minutes in the house to photo. The family hadn't thinking about it. I wasn't invited to that one. I found out after. We stood up in the same night and explained that he was taking over Dad's affairs, that he'd protect the family legacy, and nobody needed to worry. Then the foreclosure notice came from Sumter Federal anyway. His speeches don't pay fees. And the payoff to stop the sale on the courthouse steps was $152,000 in 11 days. Royce didn't have it, or he had it, but he was he never told the difference. It never mattered. What I remember is the phone call where he told me Dad was going to lose the house and there was nothing to be done, and wasn't it a shame? By the way, I finally found something steady. I had, actually. I'd spent a decade making a small, unglamorous company that buys and holds property, 9 bar holdings, named after the shrub that grows back no matter what you do to it. It was not the kind of work that impresses a family of contractors, and that only counts in a stupid error, or standing on a job site by 7. So I never explained it to them, and they never asked, and the not asking calcified into the story they preferred, that I was the one who left, the one who didn't make it. The back
Alright,
of the chair, please.
I need to make an emergency bathroom run and then a coffee run, so I'll be back shortly. Hang tight.
Gifts to my family had always been being spent. I did it the way I do everything. The company, 9 bar took over and deed to the house on Market Court. The morning clean at the Tulsa County Clerk's office. The same afternoon, I signed a report of an occupancy agreement for getting my mother the right to live in that house. The residents everywhere looking for I signed it. He asked me not to tell Royce because Royce had told me I couldn't live.
won't let her see families, so we don't get to see the kids. But my niece is pregnant and really excited. We're gonna have a baby hopefully there. I'm also excited to see that baby. Only because she would try to tell me how I was doing things wrong, and she was excited. I started to do Discord, well, not now, but me and my best friends collab together and our charity is I did do some reverse crunches this morning. So a reverse crunch is instead of lifting your upper body, you strike not to get it for you all. Figure out that
Poor guys.
Dad, I blame Dee Dee for his fucking cooking. I'm so sorry. You are welcome. You are respectful, not toxic, don't care about tools, likes to work as a team. You are very
We've got Brighton Park's alarm. Alright, any idea how long? Oh, well, never mind. It sounds like they're close. I finally hear sirens. Alright, I just want to double check. Alright, thank you, man.
And at the end of the day, if we make you laugh and smile and enjoy your time with us, then that's really, and we're all really, because no one's presenting John Cassidy's upset and not having fun with it. Nobody wants a shitty day. Nobody can stand in the corner. But yeah, we are a very, very
Okay, sorry about that. Took a little while. Part of that was I was taking a shit, not a piss. Part of it was I had to go get coffee, and part was as I come out of the bathroom back into my living room to get back on, I noticed the alarm in one of the buildings at my apartment complex was going off. And apparently it had been going off for a couple of minutes at least, because it wasn't going off when I went to the bathroom. So I wanted to call the non-emergency police line and make sure that police or fire department was on their way to come check it out and make sure that everything in the building was okay. But yeah, the fire department is here and they're handling the situation, which I appreciate. So things are. Things are gonna get handled the way they need to be. Yo, holy shit, Mechatron's in the house. What's up, Mechatron? Honestly, I just, like, with the building whose alarm is going off, because it's gone off a shit ton. Ooh, 5 stream streak for Miss Mystic Wolf. Thank you. But yeah, that particular building has had a history this entire fucking, like, the last 9 months of that goddamn alarm going off, usually overnight at like midnight to 4 in the morning. And I'm thinking like there's a wiring short or something, because in the last 8 months, that, 8-9 months, that alarm has gone off at least a dozen times. At least a dozen fucking times in the last like 8 or 9 months. It's got to be some kind of short in the wiring or something. I'm gonna try to remember to call the office tomorrow and talk to the office and see if maybe they can go into that and check it out. See if there's a way that they can get in there and check the wiring on that alarm system in that building.
Something's not right.
Jesus! Motherfucker!
Bring it.
Jesus.
What could his experiments be doing in a place like this? Unless... No.
Well now, this I did not expect. My precious specimens. And you, Chadley. Model number CDA-6, was it? Or 7, perhaps? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Aha! Yes, lucky number 7. You and your brothers are just full of surprises, aren't you?
Oh, Joe, you fucking freak.
Don't be shy now. Open up and let me see what makes you tick. There's a good boy.
What is it?
I'm fine. It seems our rogue friends are on the move again. You'd best follow closely behind. I would hate for any of them to run afoul of one of Hojo's experiments. Please, keep them from harm.
Let's finish this.
Pokeballs in the chat, folks.
Never in doubt.
attempts to compel my continued service. I tap the yellow flag on Exhibit D, and Exhibit D identifies which accounts are defined as employee original. Those are the same accounts the company has been trying to retain for the last 2 weeks unsuccessfully. The CEO leaned back slightly as if physical distance from the paper would change the words printed on it. The general counsel kept reading slower now as if every sentence made more than the last, and behind his glasses, I saw him, a small figure. The moment reporter realizes the plan behind it, and just walked into their own trap. I didn't push it.
Where'd they go? Killed by fiends, maybe. Forced to fuse me.
Hojo's dead.
Non-compete and non-solicit dissolve with respect to employee-originated accounts. 2. Any attempt to compel service triggers a mandatory buyout equal
So you got any idea what's up here?
Old lighthouse, among other things. Never checked it out myself, though.
I wonder if there's a tea room.
A what?
A tea room! In Wutai, you can't throw a ninja star without hitting at least a couple, you know? Tea's always free. The food, on the other hand, that's how they get you.
That's so. Well, I don't think we're gonna find one here. Or anywhere else nearby.
Fucking Yuffie. She is the youngest of the group, though. She's like, I think the thing says 14 or something. She's like really young.
I knew exactly how to tally them. From my folder, I drew 2 long pieces of paper. One was a Senate board meeting minutes from 3 years back signed by the corporate secretary, noting Lighthouse as a third party that provided license for my name during a strategy session. The other was the original origin memo signed by me, witnessed by others, stating I developed the framework independently before joining the company. These weren't just documents, they were anchors. They kept the truth from drifting anywhere convenient.
Okay, yep. That's what I thought.
Beastie, 12 o'clock!
It's on you.
Damn it! Bring it to here! Lots of balls! Forward and on! Fire and one up! Don't look now, but it's about to get real. Don't you let up!
Got
No way! Can you take over for me?
About damn time! I've lived with worse. Let's turn this around.
That was quick. Still up for it?
I'll take care of them.
This one right here is for the flag.
There. Sorry about that. That's it. Here it comes. Ah! Get him. Good night.
There we go.
I knocked on 14 doors that morning, holding my 6-year-old sister's hand. Sir, do you need a maid? I can do anything. My sister's hungry. The 14th man went quiet.
Did they multiply?
Then stepped aside. I didn't No, he just moved out.
Rodin? Rodin! Hey! Snap out of it!
Wait, the guy from Kong?
Is he Mako poisoned?
No. He's a former soldier.
It calls to me. I must answer. The reunion. It's time.
Do you think he was getting treatment in Nibelheim too?
You good?
I found another gathering of these individuals, the largest yet. It would appear that they're headed for the coastline. Do you think you can investigate for me?
Will do. It's time. Time we checked it out.
This wasn't the first time he'd done it, and it wasn't the worst. The worst had been 3 days back, when a man let his sprinklers run on us from his porch like that. It was a joke we'd all enjoy. I learned to read the houses by then. The ones with twins in the yard. The ones with kids with Father and Richard. And the ones in between who were right away. On 109th, the person inside. And we were up in the property as the houses there with the biggest in the county. And I was like, big houses needed. Big houses that needed. I didn't notice the house. That is the theory. The theory had so far survived contact with reality about as well as everything else in my life. Our mother had died 43 days ago. I counted because the county was a big control. She had something in her blood that kept repeating, and then one Tuesday she stopped. I just stopped. There was no father to speak of. We can't remember her since before a person could talk. There was a breakfast in the house, a recent car, a check for $60, and the words, I just can't right now, sweetheart. And I had happy to stop the street. Let's see. I was 17. It's like 18. The county would stop pretending to care where Lucy slept, which meant for 8 weeks, I had to be very careful not to be found. Because being found meant a caseworker, and a caseworker meant a home for me, and a different house. And the only reason my legs still worked was when I decided those 2 homes would never go into business. Hotel called the Starlight until 9 days ago, when the new manager raised the rate, and I came up short by $31. He kept our bag as a hostage. After that, it was a church basement that closed during the day, and a car that belonged to a woman from the church until she needed it back. And now it's time to roses.
Miranda, what are they doing?
Trying to cross the water. Come on.
So we walked to the club. The second house had been kidnapped.
I mean, they might make it.
Maybe. Guys are nothing if not tenacious.
Where are they even trying to go?
That island. That's where they're being called.
What? How do you know that?
I have a feeling, is all.
That's good enough for me. Let's check it out.
She asked if I had references. I said no, honestly, and that honesty cost me, because honesty always reads as either a virtue or a problem, and you never know which one you're going to get. She said she'd think about it and asked for my number. I didn't know.
There's so many of them.
She gave Rosie the number.
want us to go that way?
What the hell? I don't like this. Yo, Jimbo! Hey, trophy earned. Professional handler. I attained a proto-relic in the Nibel region. Total trophy progress at the moment, 50%.
Well done. Thanks to your efforts, I've been able to develop a clearer picture of things. It seems that the garden you saw moments ago exists in a separate dimension.
Nothing's ever simple.
I sense exasperation. I, however, am emboldened to solve this mystery. I only hope that you will assist me in my quest for answers.
I almost lied. The lie was right there. Easy. We're staying with family. We're between places. It's temporary. But I was full for the first time in 3 days. And my
I tell you what, that was not easy. Rechecking my tabs, because, you know, my laptop's gone to shit. I need to go down to the fucking pawn shop and start paying for a new one.
Photographers coming Thursday, the whole circus. I built a company out of nothing and sold most of it, and the world has decided that makes me interesting this month. I tell you that not to impress you. I tell you so you understand the next part isn't a rich man being song. 40 years ago, I was a kid who knocked on doors in a town a lot meaner than this one, with a brother who's not to be found. And the difference between who I am now and who I have been is exactly 2 or 3 people who open the door instead of closing it. I've spent a long time not being able to pay those people back because they're gone. So,
Yo, Coffee and Death, what's up, my girl? How do I do this again?
if you're smart, and you're clearly smart, he nodded like the question was the correct one. So don't trust me.
Alright, photo mode.
I'll have it drawn up properly. The job, the wage, the room, the rules, what I can and can't ask of you. Your right to leave. You read it. If you can't read legal language yet, I'll get you someone who isn't on my payroll to read it for you. You sign nothing today. Today you take a nap, both of you, in a room with the door you control. And we talk again when she's not unconscious in her breakfast.
Alright, now I gotta go there and hand that picture off.
Hey there! Thank you for tracking down that spot. Quite the view you captured. Here's something that ought to brighten your day. The association has bumped you up a rank. Congratulations. Honestly, you really ought to show off your work. It bespeaks a beautiful finesse. Never seen anything like it. Some might say it belongs in a gallery.
In response to last night's illegal broadcast by the SRG.
I hear this village is a treatment facility for Mako poisoning, which explains the abundance of roped patients. To see so many in one place. Perhaps those we met previously were making a pilgrimage to this town?
Alright, do I have any... Well, I could do that, I guess. $40. He one-shot your ass. This one I've actually done really well at. Pokeballs out. Holy shit, I actually beat him. I've been trying to do that for a while.
coming from you. I handed him a folder. As he opened it, his face turned white. This worthless garbage doesn't
Excellent
deserve
work reigning in Kujata. To think that anyone could tame a beast of so many affinities. I cannot say where this wild seed might lead you, but I encourage you to find out.
The glossy conference table reflected their stunned expressions as they shifted in their seats. Nobody dared to intervene. Nathaniel, the CEO's son, stood tall in his custom-tailored suit, a smirk playing on his lips as he basked in his perceived untouchability. His father, Edmund, stared at his notes, pretending not to notice his son's behavior. I took a slow, measured breath and met Nathaniel's eyes directly. That's interesting coming from you. My voice remained steady as I Confusion flickered across his face as he flipped it open. The confident smirk evaporated instantly. His face drained of color as he stared at the contents, then back at me with dawning recognition. Who exactly are you? He whispered, voice barely audible. I rose from my chair, smoothed my skirt, and addressed the room. My name is Mirabelle Reed. My grandmother, Virginia Reed, founded this company 60 years ago. The gasp that swept through the boardroom was audible. Edmund's head snapped up, his eyes widening in shock. And today, things are going to change on the way. Before I tell you what
Yeah, I kind of saw that coming.
If you had concerns, proper channel. My mother interrupted. Like the portal's reviews you've been sending me with falsified employee satisfaction data, or the ethical compliance reports that somehow failed to mention the 7 discrimination complaints filed this year alone. I distributed folders to each board member containing evidence of everything I've discovered during my 3 months undercover. For the next hour, we methodically walk through the documentation, the toxic management practices, the misallocation of resources.
I encourage you to try again sometime.
All leading to the company's declining reputation.
Before I forget, I was wondering if you might have time to study the unique theme we identified earlier. Engaging it may yield valuable data. While combat does have its risks, with due preparation, I'm certain you would be up to the task.
As Desiree, the longest-serving board member, are you invoking your control rights? My mother looked at me, then back to the board. That depends on what actions this board is willing to take. What followed was an intense negotiation that lasted well into the evening. Board members stepped out to make phone calls to legal advisors. Preliminary votes were taken. Arguments broke out and were resolved. Through it all, my mother remained calm but unmovable on key points. By 8 p.m., exhausted but determined, we reached an agreement. Edmund would remain CEO, but with significantly reduced autonomy. A new ethics committee would be established with representatives from all levels of the company. My mother would take an active board seat to oversee the transition, and Nathaniel. The room fell silent when my mother outlined his future. Effective immediately, Nathaniel will be reassigned to our customer service department.
Let's get Pokeballs out.
His performance reviews will go directly from the employees he's treated poorly. His future at this company depends entirely on whether he can earn the value of those he called worthless. Nathaniel jumped to his feet. This is absurd. I have executive experience. You can't possibly expect me to. Your other option is resignation, I said quietly, with no severance and no reference. His face flushed with anger as he looked around the room for evidence. Fine. Nathaniel's back. I'll play your little game, but don't expect me to. This isn't a game, my mother interrupted. This is accountability. Something this company was founded on. Something you'll have the opportunity to learn about from the ground up. As the meeting finally adjourned, board members approached me one by one. Some apologetic for never noticing what was happening. Others expressing
You're a real one. Got it.
Come on! Keep it up!
Back up the limit. Walk the bring in the heat. Come on. Fire in one off.
This one's for you! One more shot!
One shot at a time. Like that. It's my turn.
beside my mother as she addressed the company.
Jesus.
She introduced herself, explained her ownership stake, and outlined the leadership changes that would take effect immediately. For too long, this company has drifted from its founding values, she said. Today, we begin the journey back. Then she introduced me. As I stepped forward, I spotted Nathaniel in the back of the room, arms crossed, eyes burning with resentment. He's Mirabel, a project coordinator who joined 3 months ago. I began. What you don't know is why I came here. My grandmother founded Ascendant with a vision of what a workplace can be. One where every voice matters, where innovation is celebrated regardless of title, where people are valued above profit margins. I saw nodding heads, particularly among older employees who remembered my grandmother's era. I've worked alongside you, experienced the same frustrations, witnessed the same dismissals of good ideas. Starting today, we're building systems to ensure everyone is heard. I outlined the new ethics committee structure, the anonymous reporting system, and the cultural transformation initiative we'd be launching. As I spoke, I could see hope blooming across many faces. Others looked skeptical, perhaps having heard similar promises before. his first day in his new role. Petra, the customer service director, was a no-nonsense woman who had survived multiple attempts by Nathaniel to have her department outsourced. Your training begins today, she told him, handing him a headset. You'll shadow Kyrie for the morning, then handle calls yourself this afternoon. This is ridiculous, he muttered. I have an MBA from that won't help you calm down a customer whose shipment arrived damaged. Petra interrupted. Here, we value emotional intelligence and problem solving under pressure. Your education means nothing if you can't connect with people. I received hourly updates about Nathaniel's first day. He removed his headset 3 times during difficult calls. He argued with Petra about proper protocols. By day's end, he had the lowest customer satisfaction rating in department history. It won't last a week, Daniela from HR predicted during our end-of-day debrief. He doesn't have a choice, I reminded her. This is his only path to redemption. The first month was chaotic. Edmund resisted many changes, particularly those requiring greater financial transparency. 2 more executives resigned rather than adapt to the new culture. My mother attended daily leadership meetings, firmly redirecting conversations whenever they veered toward old patterns. I focused on rebuilding the innovation pipeline that had been stifled under Nathaniel's leadership. We created cross-functional teams to evaluate ideas based on merit rather than who proposed them. Within weeks, promising concepts that had been shelved for years were being developed. Eliza from marketing, whose social media strategy Nathaniel had stolen, was promoted to lead our digital transformation initiative. Thomas from product development was given resources to improve safety testing. Small victories accumulated, building momentum, but the real drama unfolded in customer service. Nathaniel's performance remained abysmal. Customers complained about his condescending tone. Colleagues reported his attempts to delegate his tasks. Petra documented every infraction, creating a file thick enough to justify termination. 6 weeks into his reassignment, Nathaniel didn't show up for work. Security cameras showed him entering the executive floor instead using his still active keycard. I found him in his father's office, both men looking guilty when I walked in. This isn't what it looks like, Edmund began. It looks like you're undermining the board's decision, I said, maintaining calm despite my anger. It looks like Nathaniel is avoiding his responsibilities. His punishment has made its point, Nathaniel argued. I've learned my lesson. I'm ready to return to appropriate work. What lesson have you learned exactly? I asked. His answer was revealing that actions have consequences, that I should be more careful about how I speak to people in public settings. Not that people deserve respect, not that he'd been wrong, just that he should be more cautious about his public behavior. Your reassignment continues, I said firmly. And, Edmund, the next breach of our agreement will be reported to the board. That evening, I received a call from my mother. Nathaniel's grandmother is requesting a meeting with us. His grandmother? I didn't realize she was still alive. Very much alive. Imogene Bartlett. She's 85 and apparently still formidable. The name struck a chord in my memory. Wait, wasn't she on the board when Grandma was running the company? Yes, they were friends once before the acquisition. Now she wants to see us tomorrow at her home. The next morning, we drove to an elegant colonial house in the historic district. A housekeeper led us to a sunroom where an elderly woman sat briefly in a wingback chair. Despite her age, Imogene's eyes were sharp as they assessed us. You look just like her, she said to my mother. Virginia always said Cordelia got her stubbornness. And you, she turned to me, have her strategist's mind. Infiltrating the company undercover, she would have loved that move. You knew my grandmother well? I asked. We were business partners before we were friends. I was the first investor in Ascendant, back when banks wouldn't lend to a widowed woman with 3 children. She gestured to photos on a side table, younger versions of herself and my grandmother at various company events. Then why did you support Edmund buying the company? My mother asked. Imogene sighed. Virginia was retiring. Your brothers had no interest in the business. You were building your own career. Edmund seemed the best option to maintain Virginia's legacy. Her face hardened. I never anticipated my grandson would undo so much of what we built. That's why we've intervened, I explained. By humiliating him publicly and demoting him to answering phones, Imogene raised an eyebrow. You've wounded his pride, but have you changed understanding? Her question caught me off guard. What would you suggest? Nathaniel lacks context. He sees Ascendant as his birthright, not as something built through sacrifice and vision. He needs education more than punishment. She outlined a proposal. Nathaniel would continue working in customer service, but would also spend 1 evening each week with Imogene, learning the company's true history. She would share original documents, introduce him to retired employees from the early days, and help them understand the values that made Ascendant successful in the first place. He respects me, even if he respects few others, she said. Let me try to reach him. My mother and I exchanged glances. We can add this to his program, I agreed cautiously, but the customer service requirement stands as it should. Imogene nodded. My grandson needs both the stick and the carrot, I'm afraid. When we informed Nathaniel of this additional requirement, his reaction surprised me. Grandmother wants to meet with me weekly. About company history? For the first time, he seemed genuinely intrigued rather than resentful.
Okay, so obviously I'm still not up to the task of beating that thing.
He began asking questions during training sessions instead of merely enduring them. Meanwhile, company-wide initiatives gained traction. The Ethics Committee, comprised of employees from every level and department, reviewed policies and practices with fresh eyes. Sales began to reach satisfaction scores improved. The innovation pipeline filled with promising ideas. Edmund remained a complex figure in this transition. Some days he embraced technology where necessary. Other days he resisted, particularly when they reduced his unilateral authority. My mother handled him skillfully, recognizing his pride needed preservation even as his power was checked. 3 months after the board meeting recommendation, we held a company-wide celebration to mark the official relaunch of Ascendant's employee scholarship program, something my grandmother had started, but Nathaniel had quietly deferred.
Stood up?
As I prepared
Nope.
to announce the first
Waiting on you folks. Something I wanted to ask.
he stood at the back, still separate from the group, but present in a way he hadn't been at previous all-hands gatherings. Imogene joined him moments later, patting his arm with grandmotherly affection. After the ceremony,
About your mother.
gathered my notes.
Her name's a Fauna, right?
Original scholarship program.
Maybe. So what?
That sounds like a yes to me. I called it the second I saw you. Boy, am I ever glad I sent up smoking.
For my mother, he continued. Did you know that?
Tell
This
me,
was news to
how's
me.
she doing?
No,
Good?
I didn't. My mother was a receptionist here before she married
No.
my father. Virginia Reed
She's
paid
dead.
for her to get her accounting degree. His eyes held something unfamiliar. Humility, perhaps. I never knew that story. My parents never told me. Before I could respond,
You know,
he walked away.
whole reason I joined Schindler was to become a pilot.
Shared during their weekly sessions.
But I wound up as a gopher for some lazy grease monkeys.
Voice tinged with disbelief.
Had me running around HQ fixing lights and whatnot.
Imagining the worst. Nathaniel had quit.
One time, though, I came across a pretty young thing. Little girl in her arms. That was you, wasn't it?
Probably.
You were knee-high to a Tomberry. And I was one. Well, it's a smarter, I'd wager.
Yesterday, too, his accident performed an exorcism. I watched him work for several minutes. The transformation was amazing. I could still see flashes of frustration. Moments where he had to visibly restrain himself from being condescending.
Hey, Missy.
It's Eric.
Eric, is there anything I can do for you? I want to help.
What? Why?
Just trying to do right by you.
Flying us around will be more than plenty. Thanks.
Then again, if you're just dying to help, you could take us to the saucer for free. Free?
It's fine. We'll pay.
No, it's on me.
He's always believed success comes from privilege and connections. Learning his own mother.
You want to head to the saucer, just give me a holler.
Company reformation. Nathaniel's customer service term was approaching its end. The ethics committee would evaluate his performance and make recommendations about his future role. As committee chair, I recused myself from the decision to avoid any appearance of personal vendetta. The morning of their deliberation, I received an unexpected email from Nathaniel requesting a private meeting. Curious, I agreed to see him that afternoon. He arrived at my office precisely on time, more casually dressed than I've ever seen him in the workplace. Khakis and a button-down rather than his usual designer suit. I would withdraw from consideration for any executive positions, he said immediately after sitting down. But this was the last thing I expected. The ethics committee is deciding on fate today. I'm removing myself from consideration for any leadership role. Why? He took a deep breath. Because I'm not ready. These past months have shown me how much damage I've done and how much I still have to learn. I studied him, looking for signs of manipulation or strategy. What are we proposing instead? I want to create a new role, community impact. I would work with the ethics committee to rebuild relationships with employees who were lost, clients who were partners who were neglected. The proposal was thoughtful, addressing real needs while giving him a position where he could continue learning without direct authority over others. This isn't what I expected from him, I admitted. 4 months ago, I called you worthless garbage. He said quietly, I believed power came from making others feel small. I was wrong. My grandmother and your grandmother both knew better. I'm just starting to understand why they felt and why it matters. His words seemed genuine, but I've been fooled before. The committee will consider your proposal alongside other options. That's all I ask. He stood to leave. Then paused.
Oh, welcome home, Miss Blue Daisy.
Nathaniel requested time to speak, and nervous. My mother watched with guarded curiosity.
Welcome back.
attempted to silence her contributions. I was wrong. Not just because she turned out to be the founder's granddaughter, though that certainly made my behavior even more foolish, but because no one deserves to be treated that way. Purpose removed from the crowd. I spent
You're welcome, short stack.
stories and ideas dismissed, contributions stolen, and talents wasted. For my role in creating that culture, I apologize. He continued, outlining specific changes he witnessed in himself and the company. His speech wasn't perfect. At times, his privilege still showed through, but it was unmistakably sincere.
Go on ahead, get them Pokeballs in the chat now.
Followed gradually by others. Not everyone joined. Some leads were too fresh, some skepticism too deep, but it was a beginning. The ethics committee announced their decision the following day. Nathaniel would not return to executive leadership. Instead, they approved his community impact coordinator role with a 1-year probationary period and quarterly reviews. 6 months after my confrontation in the boardroom, a second vote transmitted. Employee retention improved 40%. Innovation flourished. The company culture began reflecting my grandmother's original vision. Not perfectly, but genuinely. Edmund announced his retirement. Effective the following year, the board would conduct an external search for his replacement, with my mother leading the selection committee. As for Nathaniel, his transformation continued unevenly but consistently. He worked alongside employees he once dismissed, learning from their expertise.
I've done almost everything out here.
Rebuilding relationships he damaged. During the company's
I've got one thing I need to do, and I've proven so far that I am not in a position to do it.
He said, echoing his father's words from months earlier. You've restored her legacy.
That damn thing keeps beating my ass.
No, you did something more important. He insisted.
Hey, good to go?
Exposed everything publicly. Forced me out completely.
Let's go on ahead after the saucer.
That wasn't the goal. I know that now. Real power isn't about crushing opponents. It's about transformation. He looked out at the city lights. My grandmother tells me Virginia used to say, when you have the power to destroy someone but choose to educate them instead, you create an ally rather than a casualty. I smiled, hearing my grandmother's wisdom. That sounds like her. I'm still learning, he admitted. Some days are harder than others, but I want you to know
Hello, Vincent.
where you revealed yourself. It was the best thing that ever happened to me, even though it felt like the worst day of my life at the time. 1 year after
You said that Sephiroth is your foe.
project coordinator, I stood on the stage at our annual employee
I have a history with him.
faces that now reflected engagement.
Unfinished business.
My grandmother built this company on a radical idea. I told
He
them
bothering you?
business is good for
Want me to give him the boot?
that innovation comes from valuing
Try to screw us over, we are dead men.
others up, not stepping on them to rise higher. In the front row sat my mother, alongside it. Relaxed and sitting in retirement. And Nathaniel, no longer the entitled executive, but a valued team member who had earned respect rather than demanded it. The transformation we've achieved together proves my grandmother right. I continued.
Do you think you can manage 8?
Scores have reached
Ain't
historic
gonna
highs.
lie.
Our innovation
Tall
pipeline is
order for most pilots.
ideas from everywhere. Our profits
Lucky for you, I ain't most pilots.
Hey, Sid. I was wondering, could you tell me a little more about my mom?
Sure. I was greener than Mako when I met her father. She took my heart for a spin.
Not you, Sid.
Harris,
Yeah?
what happened to your mother? She get sick?
Doctors always said she had a weak constitution, and trying to escape didn't help. I think she just pushed herself too hard, all so that I could be free.
Sorry. She went out on her own terms.
Did she?
Even if she didn't, you honor her memory by enjoying the life she gave you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, don't know if y'all heard. Wutai's finally made a move against Shinra. Might be war. And as Midgar's been bombed to hell and back, Shinra's gotta be on the ropes.
War isn't worth celebrating. Ever. Exactly. This will affect everyone. For the worse.
It's like when Sephiroth shows up. Nobody moves.
What are the ways to put it? If war ends officially declared, there will be beyond the four corners start Listen, so if you've got somewhere to be, you might want to get a wee shuffle on.
What the?
Sid? Hey, Sid?
I heard you the first time. Just sit tight. Everything's under control. I said just sit tight. This beauty's maintained by an expert and piloted by a professional. Y'all are in good hands.
Come on, baby. Stay near. Stay near. Oh, that ain't good. That ain't good.
Get off my ass and sit tight like I told you to.
What was it, altitude?
We ain't screwed, people.
Hey,
All right, brace for emergency landing. Any landing you can swim away from.
You almost killed us!
I understood what family meant. Preston's family seemed perfect when I first met them. His mother, Vivian, was the type
Trophy earned. You're not Murasaki. I completed chapter 11. Total trophy progress at the moment is now 51%. That is 5-1, folks. 50 motherfucking 1.
Our son, Brody, had just turned 7 when I got pregnant with twins. He's one of those kids who notices everything, absorbs every detail like a sponge. Preston jokes that Brody got his detective skills from watching too many mystery shows.
Okay, let's start her up. Sounds good.
Yeah, but the wings are still broken.
And what of it? Only one man has mastered the land, air, and sea. You're looking at it. You got that?
Okay, so?
So you can think of me as the captain of your ship. Strap on in and we'll punch through the chop.
Aye, aye.
Let's set sail. Straight through the ravine and on the coast of El Sol. And after that,
we hit it.
Sounds like a plan. We'll be there before you know it.
Let's set a course for Costa del Sol, sir.
Roger that. Full speed ahead.
Hey, mind filling us in on Keystone before we arrive?
About 20 years back, one of the more eccentric colleagues convinced the company to build a museum for his antiques. The reliquary, they called it. Pretty cool, eh? Now, according to company records, the Keystone was housed there.
Wait a second. I thought you said it was at the Gold Saucer.
Aye, I'm getting to that. Didn't forget. He was. Oh, right. So, the museum turned out to be a total flop. Closed as soon as it opened. But, the sun was being cut from it and boarding up the windows. The Keystone branch is down.
So it's not at the saucer?
You know where it went?
No, but I know a man who did. Former if you need it.
Deal.
How do you know that name?
Let's just say.
After the museum debacle, all Theo was devoted only to the prototype from the saucer took off. Made director in no time, a real riches to rags to riches story, of which is why we're bound for the saucer.
Hey, Sid, did I hear right? You used to work with Shinra.
Still do on occasion. The boys got their uses.
That's going to be a problem. You see, we don't take kindly to friends in the company.
And I don't take kindly to that tone of yours. Man who tries to lord his power over me is gonna wish he didn't. That's what's appealing about the skies. I'm all to myself. Rats can have their race in the gutter. Never much cared for the squeaking anyways. I miss the wild blue yonder dearly.
That seemed to be an awful brief storm. Seems to have cleared up now. Still gotta wonder if that goddamn storm set off that fucking alarm over at the one building in my complex. I really do need to remember to call that office tomorrow and ask them about that.
I hope Johnny's all built up by now. And that his hotel's fine.
Bad chance. Kid probably got drifted again and is crying himself to sleep every night.
I do kind of wonder if maybe there's some kind of short in a wire or something. What the hell is that? Glow symbol right there.
Thank you for choosing Bronco Cruises. We sincerely hope you enjoyed your trip with us.
Cruises? I thought it was Bronco Airlines.
Not after his wings got clipped.
Seriously, we really appreciate you ferrying us around.
You're most welcome. Hey, y'all are headed to the saucer, ain't you? I might tag along, take in the splendor. What do you think?
Of course.
Earl always knows just what to say. Am I right? Shall we?
Wait a sec. Where's Vincent?
Up there.
Another loner. As if one wasn't enough of a pain in my ass.
Yeah, one's more than enough. You mean me?
fresh kind either. This thing smells ancient.
Really?
Yeah.
Pokeballs
Told me
out.
about it once. Long ago, when most folks spent their lives at sea, a war broke out between some pirates. I mean, how do you think they came up with Pirates Rampage? It's based on a true story. How about it? Want to hear?
Yeah. Why not?
Gather round and hearken to my tale. Before steel birds soared through the skies and tracks wove across the land, wooden ships were the primary means of travel. One such ship was crewed not by men, but monsters, hellions, high seas. And the fires of war these pirates emerged victorious, leaving crimson waters in their wake. The world's oceans now the sole dominion. Their captains declared their higher king. As for the king's treasure, the glorious vassal took his most prized possession, hoarded it, and sealed those pieces away, along with his 4 finest mates, to forever stand by. Whatever he did, this map should point us to the locations in which its fragments rest. The spell he used to seal them away seems to have worked as well. The Pirate King's treasure is now ours to see. 4 ferocious fiends yet stand in our way. Doubtless, they'll put up quite a fight.
And I, for one, can't wait!
Adjusting his tie, caught the tension immediately. Everything okay? I brought the proper vitamins, Carol said, her tone suggesting I was being difficult. But apparently she prefers whatever generic brand her doctors think best to prescribe. That's not what I said. I protested. Music. But Preston was already trying to keep peace. Carol went. To a lot of trouble. Now, maybe just try to. Looking back, I should have stood my ground. Music. But I was 20 weeks pregnant, hormonal, and the last thing I wanted was family drama. So, I took the vitamins while Carol watched.
Okay,
Her eyes
Brianna,
now,
welcome.
as I swallowed. Good, she said with satisfaction. I'll bring more next week. And she did. Every single week. Carol appeared with a new book, often staying to watch me.
Thanks for stopping by.
Oh,
yeah, that's perfect. Next,
All right. I got new side quests. You know how I love a side quest. Alright, gotta run to the restroom, grab me some coffee. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna get me a couple games of, potentially a couple of games of Queen's Blood in. As many games as I need to beat this bitch. But yeah, I'll be back in a few. Y'all hang tight. Oh. All right, I feel better.
Over here. Excuse me, we're shooting here. Wait, do you play Queen's Blood? You kind of look like you do. Oh my gosh, this is perfect. I'm Rihanna, an up-and-coming model. We're actually getting pics for a feature right now. And I was really hoping to nab one of me playing Queen's Blood. You literally couldn't have come at a better time. What do you say? Help a girl out?
Let's do this.
It was last month when I went to Aunt Carol's house with Grandma Vivian. They were talking in the living room about boring stuff, so I went to find somewhere to play. I was playing hide and seek by myself, you know, seeing how many good hiding spots I could find for next time my cousins visit. He glanced at me, seeking permission to continue, and I nodded even though my heart was hammering against my ribs. I went into the kitchen and saw Aunt Carol's pantry door was open. Bigger than ours with lots of shelves. I thought it would be a good hiding spot, so I went in. I was behind the big flower containers when Aunt Carol came in. She didn't know I was there. Dr. Williams pulled out his phone. What did you see her do, Brody? She had Mommy's vitamin bottle, the white one with the writing on it. She had another container, a different one. Music. It had a skull and crossbones on it, like the bottles under our sink that Mommy says never to touch. She was pouring powder from the skull bottle into Mommy's vitamins. She used a little funnel, and she was very careful. Then she shook the vitamin bottle to mix it up. For a while, music mixed, but her voice was desperate now. Children make things up all the time. This confuses me. Finally, he looked at his aunt. You said it's weak. I heard you talking on the phone when you were shaking the bottle. You said this will show her she's not so perfect. told us. Lead acetate ordered online under a fake name shipped to a P.O. box. Empty vitamin bottles from your actual pharmacy that she apparently intercepted. A journal documenting her plan. And a laptop with searches dating back months about substances that cause birth defects. He handed Preston a photocopy of one journal page, and I watched my husband's face crumble as he read his sister's words aloud. Melinda doesn't deserve it. Her children were not meant to have it. Preston chose wrong. He should have married someone from her circle. Someone who understood that some women are meant to be mothers and others aren't. And her peace is damaged. Maybe he'll finally see the truth. Maybe he'll leave her and find someone who more than they. Someone who won't promote her fertility in front of those of us who God deemed unfit for motherhood. Vivian collapsed into Rex's arms. My daughter did this. By Carol, the detective. Continued. She started with small amounts after your first trimester, music gradually increasing the dose. According to her research history, she knew exactly how much to give to cause developmental damage without triggering a miscarriage that would be investigated. She researched it, I said numbly. She researched how to poison my babies. Your son's a hero.
Bro! That intense stare, that knitted brow, glistening perspiration, perfection! I've never seen you look more beautiful! And you, Mr. Card Shark, talk about a hunky diamond in the rough. Have you ever thought about becoming a model? Lola, you're a genius. We could team up, be a card-slinging, catwalk-strutting duo. You and me, taking over the world. What do you say?
No.
Harsh. We'll be kicking it here for a bit if you change your mind. After all, a model's work is never done.
Pokeballs out.
She knew I was watching. Preston gathered Brody into his arms, holding him tight. You did perfect, buddy. You saved your brother and sister. The trial lasted 3 weeks. Carol, wearing a gray suit that made her look older than her 38 years, sat with her lawyers as witness after witness, testified about the elaborate scheme she had orchestrated. The pharmacist identified her as the woman who'd been picking up my prescriptions. Music, as a favor for her sister-in-law for months. The online retailer confirmed the lead acetate purchases. Her own journal entries were read aloud in court, each one more damning than the last. She was sentenced to 15 years for attempted murder and assault with a deadly weapon. When the verdict was read, she looked directly at me for the first time since her arrest. They were never supposed to live, she said flatly. Music. You were supposed to miss Ruby, and everyone would comfort you, and life would go on. I didn't mean for them to suffer. The judge added another year for that statement alone. Vivian filed for divorce from Rex 2 months after the trial. She couldn't face what her daughter had done, or more importantly, her own role in fostering the toxic jealousy that had festered for years.
I'm eager to put the local card slingers through the card arena.
She spent 38 years telling Carol she was special moment. He said she doesn't need to apologize.
All I wanted was some R&R.
Vivian's shadow. Closer to us, buying a small condo 10 minutes away. He comes over every Wednesday to work with the twins on their therapy exercises. His patience endless as he helps Derek with his sensory activities or guides Piper through her motor skills practice.
This one,
The twins are 3 years old now. Yes, complete exposure caused damage.
Really like it.
Karen has autism and struggles with sensory processing. Loud noises send him into a panic and transitions are hard. But he's also perfect. Every time
You'll find plenty to love here, even if you only have a moment to spare.
I've ever received. His laugh when it comes is pure joy. Piper has cerebral palsy affecting her left side. Physical therapy 3 times a week has become
This is impossible. You switch my babies to use when they're all so adorable.
She's articulate beyond her years, often translating what hearing means when you can't find words. She calls herself his protector, even though she's
Here's to paradise.
3 minutes. Brody, now 10, has become their fiercest advocate. He researches their conditions with the dedication.
Well, if it isn't the talk of the resort! I can't thank you enough for handling that mess. Is there anything I can do for you?
At school, he gave a presentation about his siblings that made his teacher cry.
I certainly wasn't expecting the professor to do something like that. Still, I'm a simple man, and from what I gather, his experiment was of great scientific import. So while I could have done without the collateral damage, it fills me with pride to be the mayor who holds a special footnote in Shinra's illustrious history.
Boy, that mayor's an idiot.
That ungrateful schlub. I hope the hero is enjoying his 15 minutes of fame. It won't last, and neither will his hilltop roach trap. Just give it time.
He's such a douchebag.
There were a few injuries, yes, but no guests were killed. In all honesty, the professor did us a service by ridding us of those roads. The freaks were ruining our ambiance. Shinra also did us a service by providing us with a generous forget I said anything. Well, all that ugliness is in the past. Let's look to our future. One that's bright and mutually beneficial.
I'm not buying it.
Oh, surely I can sell you on the idea of lending the merc I've hired a hand.
What's this about a merc?
Oh, perhaps you're associates. That makes things easier. You see, some thieves popped out of the water and assaulted a group of innocent beachgoers the other day. The young lady agreed to exterminate those pests, only to go on a bender at a bar on the beach. I paid her a handsome sum up front, too, so I intend to get my money's worth. Oh, and after you've gotten rid of those monsters, as a personal favor, I want you to take care of that merc. She's been spending the money I paid her to do nothing but party. Each time she learned there are some folks who don't cross.
Agreed.
I've no doubt you'll find her at that damn bar. Do give her my regards.
I think I know who that merc is.
So I did exactly that. He had no idea how fun Monday would be. After 15 years at Ridgeway Events and Media, I sat in the office I had practically built from scratch, surrounded by people just raining money, ideas I've nurtured into full-blown systems, and memories of deadlines that nearly broke me. The laminated sign above my desk read, "Problem Solver in Chief." I joked for my team. Only now, the joke was on me. Lisa, my boss, Greg, said not meeting my eyes. You're restructuring or downsizing your position. I blinked once. The air conditioning hung in the silence between us. He continued, "We're bringing in a new
Apologies, but this beach is reserved for guests of the Royal Coast.
Logistics. And, well, all the things you used to handle. This wasn't just a layoff. This was a replacement, a clean slate, a budget reset, a slap in the face after 15
Yeah, I figured it was her.
Hey there, Cloud. Welcome to my Costa del Sol headquarters. Figured I'd set up shop here, in case there's trouble in paradise. I know Junon was kind of a bust, but I'm back and better than ever. Same goes for my advertising. So don't you worry about me, my fellow merc.
Aren't you supposed to be working?
Really? Another lecture? For a 20-something, you sound like my grandma. And for the record, I have been working, thank you very much. I figured out where the themes are probably going to show. All that's left is to have someone else do the cleanup.
Let me guess. Me?
Exactly. So don't try to put it on this one. The whole situation will be resolved if you did your job. Nobody likes a slacker.
Oh, she's a dumbass bitch.
And coming from me, that's saying a lot. But if we don't do something, it's your good name that's going to end up taking the hit. She's got a point. So, here's the deal.
Your thoughtful bosses dug up a recipe for bait that ought to lure those monsters out of hiding. All you need to do is gather the materials and make some for yourself. Here.
While
When
you
you're
do
done,
what?
head to
Sit
the
up there and
online
shake your
convention restaurant for
non-existent
some
ass and
observation.
tits, trying to get yourself laid?
You're coming with.
You fucking
Save
hoe.
this alone.
According to the recipe, it looks like you're gonna need to get some rare-ass monster parts. And I do mean rare. Probably can't find them around here. Oh, did I say probably? I meant definitely.
Want to see the receipts? He hesitated, then gestured vaguely behind him. Well, maybe just leave the booth gear, at least until we train the new girl. I smiled sweetly. You said I wouldn't be coming back, Greg. I'm just doing exactly what you told me. I loaded up my Ford Explorer with help from Tara, one of the only co-workers who still had a soul. With every box we loaded, his face looked more and more like bad lighting at a gala, she whispered. By noon, half the storage closet was empty. Every piece of gear labeled LJ was mine. I knew because I'd labeled it. All those years of staying late to organize, repair, replace, now they were stacked neatly in cardboard boxes. By 2 p.m., the live stream equipment was gone. By 3:30, the backup servers I brought in for remote events yet, gone too. Greg was pacing the hallway now, phone in hand, red-faced, whispering into his sleeve. They thought I was disposable, but they never once asked, what if everything we rely on leaves with her? When I finally drove off, my SUV sagging under the weight of a company's forgotten foundation, Greg stood at the curb, silent, confused. But it was Friday I left, and Monday would be fascinating. Because on Monday, Ridgeway Events had a high-profile event with over 300 guests, a live broadcast, and multiple feeds across 3 cities, and they no longer had the gear or the woman who knew how to run it. Friday evening, I drove home with my car packed tighter than a moving truck. Every bump in the road made the lighting kits rattle. The mic stands shift. I glanced in the rearview mirror at the gear that had powered dozens of conferences, charity galas, and corporate launches, and I remembered something my dad once told me, never loan out what you're not willing to lose. That advice had guided every decision I made in the last decade, including the one to put my name on every single item I ever brought into Ridgeway Events. Greg had laughed at the time. Paranoid much? He joked. Now, I imagined him staring at the empty AV booth, realizing just how much of his infrastructure had never belonged to him at all. By the time I got home, my driveway looked like a film crew had moved in. My neighbor, Mike, leaned on the fence with a beer in hand. Big shoot this weekend? He asked. Not exactly, I said, exhaling as I opened the trunk. More like the end of an era. He offered to help carry things in. As we unloaded the boxes into my garage, I told him the short version, about how I'd been let go, how they brought in someone cheaper, how they told me to take everything that was mine, and how I had. He let out a low whistle. So what are they going to do without all this? That's their problem now. Saturday morning, I opened my laptop and scrolled through the event calendar on Ridgeway's public website. Monday, the big one, the Northcrest Regional Education Conference. 3 cities, remote panels, keynote from the state superintendent, live stream to over 2,000 viewers, and every year, I was the one who made it happen. I knew their playbook inside and out, the gear required, the setup time, the backup plans, the cables no one else remembered to pack, and I knew that without me or my equipment, they were in serious trouble. But I wasn't smiling. Not really, because this wasn't just some petty revenge fantasy. It was personal. 15 years of giving everything, missing birthdays, anniversaries, staying up until 2 a.m. to fix a crashed feed because there's no one else who knows how. I trained interns, built workflows, prevented disasters before they happened. And in the end, I wasn't even worth a real explanation. Just a canned line about downsizing and a 20 with a shiny degree and no real experience waiting to take over my life's work. Sunday afternoon, I got a message from Tara. Tara, hey, just a heads up, Greg's been calling people in a panic. Something about missing AV inventory and a broken live stream plan. I responded with a simple thumbs up emoji. 30 minutes later, she called. Lisa, I know you're done, but I need to tell you something. They had the intern try to set up tomorrow's event. She didn't even know what a DI box was. Greg actually asked if we could just zoom it in with laptops. I nearly walked out. I closed my eyes. It was worse than I thought. And the venue? I asked. New location this year. No built-in AV. They were counting on your kids. The wireless mics, the camera rig, the switcher, all gone. She paused. He asked if I could maybe reach out to you, just for a little help. I didn't answer right away. After a long silence, I said, I wish I could help, but I'm just doing exactly what he told me. I took what was mine and left. I don't work there anymore. She sighed. Didn't think you would. Just figured you should know what kind of chaos is coming. As the sun set, I walked out to my garage and flipped on the lights. Dozens of items sat neatly stacked and labeled. I ran my fingers over the lid of the road case that held the wireless transmitters, over the charger dock for the LED uplights, over the laminated emergency cable chart I made during a 3-day power outage. They They hadn't just fired me.
Around here, don't take down
Handed the scaffold to someone who didn't know which side was sharp. And now they were about to try and walk on their own. Let's see how that goes. It was less than 12 hours away. I'm 18, opened a new document on my laptop, and started writing. Not a resignation letter, not a rant, something better. A pitch. Because after 15 years of being the invisible engine behind other people's success, I finally had a shot at building something of my own. And if Ridgeway events wanted to burn down or be pulled together, I had every intention of rising from the ashes. I was halfway through my first sip of tea when the first call came in. Anonymous number. I didn't answer. Then a second. This time from Ridgeway's front desk. Still no. By 8 a.m., I had 3 missed calls, 1 voicemail, and a text from Tara that simply read, "They're falling apart." I've never seen Greg like this. I believed her because I knew exactly what they were walking into. The Northcrest Regional Education Conference was Ridgeway's biggest spring event. It spanned 3 cities, each with its own tech setup.
Yo, what's up, Chef?
Live streaming, interactive Q&As, backup feeds, and content switching. I built every part of that process from the ground up, from color-coded cable routing to customized overlay graphics, and all of it gone, still sitting, laden, and dust-free in my garage. At 8:32 a.m., I received a panicked voicemail from Greg. His voice was clipped and fast, like he'd already had too much coffee or not enough sleep. "Lisa, hi, this is Greg. Look, I think there may have been some miscommunication about what equipment belonged to the company. We really need you to clarify a few things. This event is going sideways. Please call me back ASAP." I didn't. Instead, I opened my laptop and continued typing. The pitch deck was coming along nicely. A consulting and technical support brand for nonprofits and education conferences. Simple, clean branding, flat rates, transparent services. My tagline was almost too perfect. You don't need an agency. You need someone who gives a damn. At 9 a.m., Tara texted again. "They're trying to run everything through someone's personal line now. Sound keeps cutting out. Audience is fidgeting." One of the panelists just said, "Can anyone hear me?" Live on stream. "They're asking for your setup diagrams." I told them I didn't have copies. "I do, but I'm not giving them away for free." I smirked. Tara was loyal to a fault, and now they were finally realizing where their real backbone had been. By 10:15 a.m., my inbox lit up again. This time, it was from Melissa, Ridgeway's marketing lead. "Hi, Lisa. I hope you're doing well. Greg asked me to reach out and see if there's any chance you'd be available for a quick consult today. He's willing to compensate you for your time. Please let me know if there's any way you can help." I stared at the email for a moment. Consult. That was the word. Not help, not save us, just consult, which legally meant billable hours, progress. But I didn't reply. Not yet. At 11 a.m., I finally allowed myself a moment to relax. Tea gone cold. Emails still piling up. I walked out.
All right.
Taking inventory. Everything was still pristine, ready to deploy, ready to earn me money instead of building someone else's empire. My God, Ridgeway's live stream had been pulled offline. I didn't need Tara to tell me. Social media was already catching wind. A few conference attendees had tweeted about the failure. Biggest education event in the region can't keep their feed live for more than 30 seconds. Embarrassing. They fired the person who used to run this. That's what I heard. Wild. At 12:46 p.m., Greg called again. This time, I answered. "Lisa, oh, thank God. Look, this whole thing has gotten out of hand." I didn't say anything. "I admit it," he continued. "I didn't realize how much of the AV stuff was actually yours. I should have asked more questions." Silence. "We need help. Just a few hours. I'll pay you personally if I have to." I finally spoke. "I appreciate the offer, Greg, but I don't do last-minute emergency calls for people who told me I was replaceable." He stammered. "I never said you didn't need to. You said downsizing. You said take everything that's yours." I did. "Now you're seeing what I left behind." Silence again. "Lisa, please." I sighed. "I'm happy to talk business, not favors. Business, consulting, contracts, rates. You know, the kind of professional respect I never got when I worked for you." Okay. Can you send over your terms?" I already did. "You know, check your inbox." Because 15 minutes earlier, while he was busy begging, I had sent a branded quote with an emergency same-day consulting rate, 4 times my old hourly salary, and he had exactly 2 hours to accept before I turned off my phone. By 1 p.m., he'd signed. By 2 p.m., I was logged into their temporary stream remotely, stabilizing it with the same software I used for years and walking Tara through a patched-together version of my original event workflow. And by 4 p.m., my invoice had been paid in full. No apologies, no recognition, just a confirmation email and a note at the bottom. "Please keep your availability open for future events." I closed my laptop. If they wanted me, they paid my rate. Not because I was bitter, but because knowing your value is only half the battle. The other half is making sure no one gets it for free. By Tuesday morning, I'd already had 3 inquiries, not from Ridgeway, from their competitors. One was a mid-sized conference group who had followed the Northcrest livestream and noticed something odd, that the stream quality had improved mid-event despite obvious tech hiccups earlier in the day. The organizer called it a mystery save. The second was a non-profit in the education sector. They'd been at the event. Their director pulled me aside during the awkward lunch break and said, "I don't know what happened this morning, but someone fixed it. Was that you?" I simply nodded. "You freelance?" He asked. "I do now." I didn't sleep much that week. Not because I was stressed.
Alright.
Not anymore. But because something inside me had clicked. Something I hadn't felt in years. Mental. I wasn't just reacting. I was willing. Every document I created, every client conversation, every minute spent updating my old logo. It felt like I was finally pouring all those invisible hours into something that was moving. But in the back of my mind, I couldn't stop thinking about how it was starting 15 years. No formal time changes. No bonuses or POI increases. No official acknowledgement that I prevented a major security breach during an international live event. I was always just the media designer, the headquarters and CAA lead, the backup coordinator, the vendor liaison, and the person who climbed the scaffolding at 6 a.m. to take down a cable no one else noticed. And Greg, he was already shopping for his next intern. By Thursday, Ridgeway had another problem. They were scheduled to host a product launch for one of their major clients, a long-term contract that had been lease independent from the beginning. The client, a large tech firm, insisted on a full lockdown of the event 48 hours ahead of time. It was standard. What wasn't standard was that the moment the client arrived at the venue, they realized something was off. No signal flow, no directional monitors, no backup rig, and no Lisa. Tara called me from the back loading dock whispering, "They're trying to think their way through the setup. The client's head of communications is furious." He literally said, "Where's the woman who usually runs this? We don't want kids with clipboards. We want the expert." "Yes," I said. "They're stolen. But..." Greg sweating through his blazer. I almost felt bad. Almost. But then I remembered him sitting across from me just 1 week ago, arms folded, offering a 1-paragraph severance letter in the words, "Take everything that's yours." Now he was learning what that really meant. That evening, I got an email. Not from Ridgeway, but directly from the tech firm's comms director. "Hi, Lisa. I understand
Do I have what I need to make it? I wonder.
A shame. Considering every product launch we've done with them was a result of your preparation, are you available for independent consultation?" That one email changed everything. Within 48 hours, I had signed my first official client under my new business
Marlboro
name, LG Event
Tendril and the
Systems.
Jabberwock
All
horn.
technical consulting for all U.S. product launches for the next 12 months. Custom workflows, equipment recommendations, live support, optional. My name on the contract, not hidden in the background, not borrowed. Mine. By the following Monday, Ridgeway's product launch had been downgraded to a static presentation. No live stream, no interactive panel, just a slideshow and a podium mic that kept cutting out. The tech firm quietly canceled their multi-year event contract later that week. Tara forwarded me the internal memo. Greg blamed resourcing complications and unforeseen staffing transitions. He never once said my name, but I didn't need him to. My name was already appearing in other inboxes, recommended by that same tech firm to 3 of their partner companies, all asking the same thing. "Are you available or looking for something reliable? We heard what you did." That Friday, a package arrived on my doorstep. Inside was a small glass of wine. It wasn't flashing, just a single line of engraving, in recognition of everything you held together. Tara. I stood there for a long time, plaque in hand, blinking back tears, not because I needed validation, but because after so many years of being unseen, it felt like someone had finally noticed. I sent Tara a thank you message. She didn't reply right away. Later, I'd find out she was prepping for her final exit interview. She had enough too. Greg had underestimated the cost of losing me. What he didn't realize yet was that the fallout was just beginning. You can fire the person, but you can't fire the foundation they built out from under you and expect the building to stay standing. By the third week, Ridgeway had lost 2 more clients. It wasn't loud or dramatic. There was no scandal or leaked memo, just quiet cancellations one after another, events postponed indefinitely, budgets reevaluated, decision makers ghosting Greg's follow-up emails. I wasn't celebrating, at least not in the gloating champagne-popping way you might expect, because while Ridgeway was unraveling, I was drowning in opportunity. Word had gotten around. That woman who saved the Northcrest conference, the one who built Ridgeway's entire tech infrastructure on her own dime and walked away with it, yeah, her. Suddenly, I wasn't just getting interest from clients. I was getting approached by vendors, equipment suppliers, venue managers, people I'd worked alongside for over a decade who finally knew my name. "Lisa, if you ever need lighting rigs for your own shows, we'll cut you a great deal. Hey, we've got some beta gear we'd love for you to test, if you're interested. We're short-staffed for the Education Future Summit. Any chance you consult?" The irony wasn't lost on me. At Ridgeway, I was the heroism. Can you believe that? I laughed. Did you take it? Nope. I accepted a job with one of the non-profit clients you worked with last year. They offered me a better salary, better hours, and they actually asked me what I wanted out of the role. I was proud of her, not just for leaving, but for finally choosing herself. That was the real revenge, wasn't it? Not watching a company fail, but watching good people finally recognize their worth and walk out on their own terms. On Friday afternoon, I got a call I didn't
Should split up to look for Dio.
Will do.
If I catch you goofing off, so help me out.
Klaus, you got a minute? There's something I failed to mention about the Temple of the Ancients. You might call it a legend, or a warning. You see, no one who goes into the temple ever comes out again. No one. And I'm wondering if you really want to take everyone to a place like that.
You said it yourself. It's just a legend.
I did, aye, but...
Let's focus on finding Dio and the Keystone for now.
It was recognition from the top, the kind that actually meant something. I told her I'd consider it, then emailed her a quote the next morning. My rate, my terms, no discounts, no favors. She agreed within the hour. Meanwhile, Greg wasn't doing so well. Tara had stayed connected to a few people still inside Ridgeway. Word spread that senior leadership had started auditing budgets, client feedback, and project timelines. Apparently, someone had finally asked the right question. How did we let her go without recognition?
I think it's the event where I want.
Contracted them for 10 years straight. I knew the organizer. She sent me a LinkedIn message.
And here we are.
I told her, no, Lisa, no contract. Just
Good day, and well met, most esteemed guest. Perchance you have points for me?
Not for Ridgeway. Not for anyone. 3 months after I walked out of Ridgeway events, I stood backstage at the Lakeside Civic Auditorium, clipboard in hand, headset snug against my ear, watching a room of 800 people take their seats for the Education Futures Gala. My show, not Ridgeway's, not Greg's. Mine, LJ Event Systems had landed its 5th contract in just 8 weeks. Our calendar was booked through the fall. I had hired 2 part-time AV techs and a virtual assistant. I wasn't just busy. I was finally in control. Camera 2, stand by, I said into the mic. We're living 3, 2. The live stream began without a hitch. Smooth, polished, precise. The way it always was. Only now the credit wasn't going to someone else. Later that night, as the applause faded and the audience filed out, I checked my email for any post-event feedback. Among the client messages and vendor updates was one that made me freeze. Subject, Ridgeway request. It was from Naomi Carter again. Lisa, I hope this message...
I shall eagerly await our next interaction.
Greg Reynolds has officially resigned.
Bad news. No sign of Dio whatsoever. While we're talking, did you know this is where Jesse used to perform?
Yeah.
If she was with us, she'd probably be gushing about the role she played. Or maybe not. Maybe she'd be mad to see this place burning through more Marco than ever.
Either way, she'd have kept us entertained.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth?
Thank you for the update and the generous offer. I'm proud of You replace yourself with something better. I shared the full story.
And you
The moment I was told to take everything that's yours, the realization that everything that made Ridgeway work had been quietly carried in and cared for by me year after year.
And here we are!
Early 20s, maybe a year after college. I just wanted the same thing.
Check it out, Cloud. Can you believe this?
Corneo? The Dawn outstayed his welcome in Midgard and decided to set up shop in the saucer. Great timing, eh? Interesting. There's an event being held at the Musclehead Coliseum tomorrow.
If there's a dress rehearsal today, Dio might be there. We should check it out.
By the end of that quarter, Ridgeway had lost 4 long-term clients. Their stock of vendors and sponsors had taken
Is he not enough? Want to step inside the ring? Head to our entrance counter to learn more.
provider using diagrams, documents, and systems I developed long ago on nights not when Ridgeway never knew I stayed late to finish. Not out of obligation, or because I cared.
Oh, damn it, they're gonna make me follow this bitch. Came up here to try to find the goddamn...
Greetings, Mr. Director. He doesn't look quite right.
Queen's Blood player I need to find and beat.
Well, if it isn't our friendly fugitives, you're looking hale and hearty.
What happened to you?
I made a painful discovery that the Turks are stronger than they look.
You, sir, should know better. You're no spring chicken. Speaking of old things, whatever happened to that wee keystone thingy?
We need to get our hands on it. It was part of your collection, last we heard.
It was, yes. And in fact, still is.
Point of order. My ancestors owned it.
The new owner
Don't you think that makes me its rightful owner?
know I personally own the patents for the
A Cetra, are you? That, my dear, is a bold claim.
Kyle called me ma'am like it was a slur. He didn't say it with a say cockroach.
But still, who am I to dispute your heritage? You may, of course, have the keystone. That is, on one condition.
That's how Apex manufacturing is.
You must take part in our exclusive event, the Fight for Naming Rights. Dio's champions versus the Corneo family. Should my team fall to those rogues, the gold saucer will become Corneo land. Let's sit out. Training hard and getting those gains. Party people. It's a challenge from the dark. Mind and mind. The people who think take it to the teeth. But look at me. I can barely lift a finger. And here I was lamenting my lot in life when you came along.
Great!
Divine intervention.
7% of y'all are just ghosting me like Kyle ghosted employee loyalty.
What say you? Will you be my champions and go to war against Don Corneo?
I'll do it. I'll fight.
And unlike Kyle's leadership skills, it actually helps somebody.
We win, we get the keystone. Right?
As agreed, you have my word.
His word is actually proved solid, so I'm willing to trust him. To a point. He's still a bit of a scumbag.
Naturally, I want you in peak physical condition for the big bout, so please use my hotel to rest up.
Great. I'll jog on ahead and tell the others then.
Swordhead Coliseum will host an epic contest to decide.
Spectating not enough? Want to step inside the ring? Head to our entrance counter to learn more.
I said in my corner the whole time, hands free to me. The rest of the passengers were looking for too. I was insane. Not real. I was something colder, heavier, like steel cooling after being forged. But here's the thing. Kyle didn't just fire me.
Just name the square, and I'll get you there.
The only one who understood the code base written in a language I invented. The new automation system he just sunk millions into. That's
Hold on to your hats,
about it last week's town hall. It had a name, Meridian Dynamics, and it was mine.
And here we are.
The Space Ranger of HQ. This grand town hall.
Our mission is to be the final one. Your team, your voice, supports to defeat the enemy.
Ready for blast off, Ranger?
17 million customers rely on health equity to manage their health care and HSA accounts. Our mission is to save and improve lives by empowering healthcare consumers. We're building health equity into the most trusted, secure platform in healthcare.
This'll be fun. So I only have one fucking weapon. That's gonna make this really hard. Alright, that sucks. I do not like that. Fuck that shit.
Many formidable beings
You have no goddamn energy 90% of the fucking time. Can't do shit. Fuck that.
This wasn't going to be a performance review. It was going to be an execution. Personal, intentional, framed like
There's this goddamn Queen's Blood player.
tossed it in the trash, then looked down the hall like I had confirmated my thoughts. The door was already open. Kyle was hurrying like nonsense from the desk.
What are your thoughts on this? You can keep this for one of the chocobos. Now hold your hand out.
Oh, hey Cloud, got some news. Apparently the powers that be like what we have to offer. Gave us permission to race in the Gold Cup. So I went and signed you up as soon as I could. After all, you're the best jockey I know. The Cup is 3 races, and you get points based on where you place in each. The bird with the most at the end wins. But the races are nothing like you've ever seen before. Gotta be on the ball if you want to take the top spot. Anyway, when you're ready to face off against the finest riders this side of the continent, head on over to registration.
Alright.
Sounds expensive, I said flatly.
We'll get around to that at some point.
Point is, I've been a huge part of an Apex past,
You can
but
keep
you're not
this
a
for
fit
one of
for
the
it to go.
chocobos. Now hold your hand
Your
out.
style, it's all of it. Let's say, legacy. Everything is word legacy right now. You delivered that line like you thought it was poetic. Like it was
Your trusty guide will look at your service.
Where is this fucking person?
still live with their mothers. I stared at him. I didn't blink. I didn't frown.
And here we are.
Just sat in silence, listening to her words playing around in my head like a lecture. As a top, I looked at her staff photos at the university with every single milestone never returned. That man is dead now. Do I get a box, or should I just use the same tote I bought in 1998? I asked. He blinked. I think facilities can get you one if you need. No need, I said. Standing up, I travel light. I turned and left without shaking his hand. I listened to myself. Back at my desk, it took 5 minutes to leave. I didn't have much left, just a few notebooks, a promise from engineers to my team of precision and paper love letters, and a fake new print. He had made 1.1, dated 6 years ago. I stared at it for no read. The lines were still crisp. Margins still stained with pencil smudges and tea rings. I ran my thumb across the glass and smiled, but not for nostalgia. It was the smile of a chess player who knows you just moved your queen into a trap. Linda appeared at the edge of my cubicle.
Mission today is the final one, and we need your vote for your vote.
Just name the square, and I'll get you there.
She whispered. I nodded once. Tell Kyle
Won't be Park Central. Which I don't think it would.
It smelled like strategy, cold steel, solder resin, and the
We've arrived at your destination.
my mother tucked into my old toolbox 20 years ago that I never had the heart to throw away. The place was spotless. Pegboard walls lined with labeled tools.
Your trusty guide will look at your service.
Every table zip-tied like a Boy Scout's nightmare. Most people go to therapy. I had
Hold on to your hat, Kubo.
Saturday morning, while Kyle was probably doing lines of protein powder off a crypto
The
magazine,
Ghost
I sat
Square?
at my steel desk in the back.
Yourself a magical day.
It is. Okay.
No
Which
speech,
one?
no hesitation. Just like the revenge I was building. Inside were 7 neatly bound folders, blueprints, test data, and all the grimy little details of Iridian dynamics. And no, it wasn't a company.
Alright, I gotta run to the restroom, grab me some coffee. I'll be right back, ain't I?
Was the name I'd given the system years ago when I realized Apex's production tech was more duct tape than digital. A Frankenstein's monster
Alright, sorry about that. I'm back now.
And Kyle had cut through it with hedge fund scissors, while Apex unraveled like cheap yarn. It was halfway through my first pottery class in 30 years. A community center workshop taught by a woman named Barbara.
I am the Jordan the person responsible for Queen's blood. The Queen doesn't know what I'm up to yet, what I'm planning. But we don't have long. Time's of the essence.
I got updates from Linda twice a day.
You must show me what you are capable of before she discovers us.
Linda, line 2, just trying to auto-load 2 SKUs into the same tray. Again, we lost $30K in rush inventory. Linda, Kyle screamed so hard he broke the clicker remote. His assistant cried. Linda, consultants walked off, said codebase is deliberately hostile. Me, tell them it's not hostile. It's just lonely without me. Linda didn't know the full story, only that Viridian was mine. I hadn't told her about the protective subroutines I'd left buried inside. They weren't traps. Not really. Just safeguards. If someone tried to override system behavior without an authenticated key holder, the software would react, shifting logic paths, deploying nonsense patches, quietly corrupting logs, all to buy time, all to protect itself from idiots with expensive haircuts and no vision. And Kyle, he was flailing, watching his empire glitch and stutter like a doomed video game speedrun. No cheat codes. No save file. Just the slow realization that he'd installed a system designed to run like a symphony without a conductor. The best part, he still thought he was in charge. They said Martin. If Apex had a soul left, it was Martin Kennick, VP of Operations, former Navy Logistics, proud owner of the state spreadsheet he referred to as the Bible. It wasn't like Kyle. Martin didn't talk in acronyms or wear blazers with drawstrings. He talked like a man who knew how many bolts went into a hinge bracket and once personally driven a delivery truck on Christmas Eve to meet a deadline. He was also, evidently, the last person in the building who understood the difference between arrogance and desperation. It was Friday again, exactly 1 week since my exile. The sun was just starting to slip behind my maple trees when the phone rang. Not my cell, a lifeline, the number only 3 people in my life used anymore, 2 of whom were my dentist and the neighbor who borrowed tools without returning them. I picked up half expecting a robocall about car warranties. Miss Susan, Martin's voice cracked and recovered. It's Martin from Apex. Silence. A long, respectful pause. Like he was approaching a live wire and waiting to see if it hissed. I know it's late, he continued, but we need help. I leaned against my kitchen counter watching a squirrel wrestle with my bird feeder outside. It was losing, but it hadn't given up yet. Kind of like Martin. The Viridian implementation, he began, is not going well, I offered. He exhaled. The bug goes out first, followed by the spine. It's a catastrophe. Admitted nothing sinks. The system's locking us out of our own archives. It's like we're working inside a Rubik's Cube that changes colors each turn. That's a poetic way to describe sabotage. He hesitated. I don't think it's sabotage. I think it's just beyond us. He was right. It wasn't sabotage. It was just as slow-cooked and elegantly automated. So what do you need from me? I asked, though we both already knew. A consult. Just a few days. Help us bridge the old with the new. You know the legacy. We built half of them, and we suspect the newer platform, Viridian, was based on something we may have touched before. I smiled, invisible but sharp. Martin continued. Kyle doesn't know I'm calling. We never allow it officially, but I'm not going to watch this company burn just because he thinks engineers are replaceable. That almost moved me. Almost, Martin. I said slowly. You're one of the few people at Apex I actually respected, so I'm going to say this kindly. I looked to the window, the phone tucked between my shoulder and cheek, and watched the squirrel finally give up and scurry off. My consulting rates are astronomical. You'll need to liquidate some stock options just to afford the email I'd send. And even then, I might invoice you for punctuation. Silence. Then the faint, defeated shuffle of someone who just realized the safety net has been denied. And besides, I added, I'm just enjoying my old-fashioned retirement. Pottery, gardening, unbothered silence. I've rediscovered the radical joy of sleeping past 5 a.m. Another beat passed. Then Martin, ever the professional, gave me the response a man like him
Not that I have truly doubted your intention.
I hung up
I was
gently.
right to leave you that letter.
It was clean.
Letter?
Not a slammed door.
What
Not a
letter?
shouted I told you
You
so.
remember,
Just
don't
this
you?
becoming silence.
The inn and call.
The final collapse
I
didn't
got it
come
over
from
the
fireworks.
door, though I
It
signed
came
it
in
in
between
proprietor's name.
So that was you.
Forgive my subterfuge, but I was in dire need of a skilled player. And you certainly did not disappoint. You were even able to best me. Which, while impressive, won't be enough. Not if you intend to hold the Shadow Queen's card in your deck. That foul thing is the source of this nightmare. The very embodiment of the villain herself. Through the time she feeds on Wielder's life force, claiming their strength, that she may one day be reborn. Countless players have succumbed to this vile curse. And that one more death is all she requires to return. Cloud, find the sorceress. She will rally the people. She will depose the queen, the Emerald Witch. Her card sleeps in Nibelheim with a monster of chaos. And there it shall remain until you can defeat her wielder and prove yourself worthy of her power. Hurry, Cloud. The queen must be stopped.
Machines that had just been humming now sat cold and blinking like they were embarrassed to be. The first email came in from Peterson Industrial, their biggest client. The subject, urgent missing shipment confirmation. Then another from the legal team at Wilton and Brothers attaching a notice of future contract. By the time Kyle was pulled out of his weekly culture innovation brainstorm, Reed, playing ping pong with himself in the break room, there were only simply clever messages in his inbox. Half of them had the word termination in the subject line.
Awaits you in tomorrow's gruesome match at Battle Square's Musclehead Coliseum. Aren't you just dying to experience it?
Kyle slapped his palm on the sensor like a toddler trying to open a vending machine. Nothing.
The entry deadline for our
Sure enough, mid-call with one of the consultants, leaving him screaming into the void like a sitcom villain with no
Your trusty guide, Boo, at your service.
Incorrect. He screamed again. By noon, investors were calling. One of them, a tech fund from Palo Alto, wanted to know why they had funneled $3,200,000 into a system that now appears to be held together by spiked inventions. Another asked if Kyle had accidentally installed ransomware on purpose. The local business journal broke the story that afternoon. Apex Manufacturing in meltdown. New tech initiative
Pokeballs out, folks.
collapse. The article didn't mince words. Described Kyle as young and eager, but ultimately unprepared, with a quote from an anonymous employee describing the Meridian rollout as like giving a toddler a flamethrower and expecting a wedding cake. In a single business day, Kyle's kingdom became a cautionary tale. HR scheduled emergency exit interviews. Finance requested panic budget models. Legal drafted public statements that read like apologies dipped in PR sewage. And Kyle stood in the middle of the war room surrounded by consultants, shattered whiteboards, and the smoldering remains of his reputation, and realized the truth. He hadn't installed my system. He'd stolen it. And now without the architect, without the license, and without the one person who could have fixed it before breakfast, he had nothing. The letter arrived by courier. Not email, not fax, no digital trace, just an embossed envelope thick enough to carry consequence. Hand-delivered to Apex's reception desk by a man in mirrored sunglasses and a tailored gray suit who refused to sit down or speak more than 5 words. Please confirm delivery. Thank you. Inside, 8 pages of unflinching precision from Rosen, Kwong, and Bell, a law firm known for turning IP theft into public crucifixions. Heading alone was enough to kill the mood in Kyle's executive suite. Cease and desist patent infringement. Meridian Dynamic Systems. The letter stated in elegant legalese that Apex Manufacturing was in violation of 7 distinct patents, each solely and indisputably owned by one Susan E. Rourke, former senior systems engineer, current private citizen, and legal
Refreshing tabs and stuff.
vulnerable side. They were to immediately cease all use, access, or attempts to repair the Meridian system, disconnect all associated modules, refrain from replicating or reverse engineering any portion of the codebase, and submit a sworn affidavit confirming compliance within 5 business days. And then came the offer. Susan, in a spirit of benevolence and generosity, phrased with enough sarcasm to blister the paper, would be willing to license the Meridian platform to Apex for a one-time fee of $31,500,000, roughly 10 times what Kyle had already burned trying to optimize his factory with stolen tech. But there was a second clause, non-negotiable. A public apology printed in Manufacturing Today, Tech Ops Weekly, and Apex's own investor brief personally addressed to Susan Berg, acknowledging her role as the systems architect and denouncing the dismissive, ageist, and unprofessional actions that led to her departure. Failure to comply would result in an immediate injunction, a lawsuit for trouble damages, and my personal favorite, federal escalation under Section 271 of the U.S. Patent Act. Kyle went quiet after that. His Bluetooth headset was found unplugged, dangling off the edge of his desk like a noose. Big screen in the war room, where he used to pitch vision statements and doodle growth curves with scented markers, now displayed only a frozen desktop wallpaper, a drone shot of a mountain peak he'd never climbed. The staff began trickling out like ants from a flooded hill. Consultants withdrew. Orders vanished. And Kyle started taking meetings with business acquisition consultants, which is rich guy code for fire sale. That following Sunday, I sat in my garden watching the bees court my lavender. Tea in one hand, tablet in the other. Headline, Apex to sell assets amid licensing scandal. Sources confirm major IP dispute. The article was merciless. It called Kyle an example of hubris in the age of automation, quoted a former engineer who said the Viridian suite ran smoother before they tried to modernize it, and noted that Apex's remaining assets were being quietly evaluated for liquidation. I scrolled slowly, not because I didn't know the ending. Hell, I wrote it, but because some flavors of satisfaction deserve to be savored. My phone buzzed. Linda, you selling the company for parts?
Weekend soon, Kupo.
Just when you salted the earth.
Yesterday was where, and I'll get you there.
Let the silence hang like a silk curtain. The radiant would survive. I would thrive in Kyle.
Hold on,
His life explaining to investors how he lost a multi-million-dollar company because he underestimated the woman he called old-fashioned checkmate.
We've arrived at your destination.
Seniors, subscribe to keep the coffee pot brewing revenge. Your ex-colleagues won't know what hit them.
Most mornings, it's just me, my dog, and the trail that winds through the hills. I cuddle together while the sun rises and I get it. Some mornings we hike, other mornings we ride. Between that first sip,
the new owner called me old-fashioned and fired me. He didn't know I personally owned the patents for the new technology he had just invested millions to implement. I knew it was over the moment.
Alright.
Like it was a slur. I didn't say it with respect.
Which of these races will you be competing in?
Retirement plan. 25 years of blood, sweat, and sodom, and now I'm boxed up like expired toner. My badge deactivated itself before I even made it to the elevator. That's how Apex Manufacturing ends for me. Not with a thank you, not with a cake, but with a shrill beep and a sterile scent of Lysol, all one laminate. I looked around my desk one last time. It used to be a mess, but the kind of mess that had something. I was tucked under MDT mugs, post-its full of cryptic equations I understood, and a half-eaten bag of Werther's originals I never had the heart to throw out. Now it was fair.
Can't compete in that yet, huh?
I drew my hand back when the
Alright. Guess I gotta go here first.
for the bean-counting NBA with the high water pans and a worship complex for his I held the frame in my hands a moment longer than I needed to. Then I slipped it into my tote bag like it was a holy relic. Let me guess, you're already hooked. And if you are, humor me for 2 seconds. Only 3% of folks watching are actually subscribed. That means 97% of y'all are just ghosting me like Kyle ghosted employee loyalty. I'm trying to hit 10,000 subs, my first real milestone, and it would mean the world if you click that little button. It's free, and unlike Kyle's leadership skills, it actually helps somebody. Back to the chaos. Kyle strutted past my cubicle as I was zipping up my coat, holding a half-empty protein shake and talking loudly into his Bluetooth earpiece about vertical integration and breaking legacy paradigms. I don't know what was more offensive, the buzzwords or the smell of synthetic vanilla and unchecked arrogance. He didn't even glance in my direction. Just walked by like I was part of the decor, maybe a fax machine that hadn't been removed yet. The only nod I got was from Margaret at reception, who gave me the kind of tight-lipped smile women reserve for funerals and courtrooms. I made my way through the building slowly, like I was saying goodbye to a dying relative. The loading docks. The old brick room with a vending machine that always ate your change, but never your hope. The worn-out linoleum near the calibration base where we used to prank each other with
The only time in this game that I've noticed that stuff becomes even mildly useful at all.
I wrote the logic trees that keep the robotic arms from twisting into spaghetti. And yet, in Kyle's brave new world, I was just another name on a severance form sent myself before and after dialogue. When I stepped outside, it was raining. Not the dramatic cinematic kind, but that Ohio kind of drizzle that feels like the sky is just spitting on me for fun. I sat in my car for a long time, hands free radio, the blueprint resting on the passenger seat like it was watching me. I wasn't sad. I was so like still going after being forged. Here's the thing. Kyle didn't just find me. He found the old there. Everyone understood the code base script in the language I invented. The automation system we just sunk millions into. That's the proprietary software suite he was quoting about at last week's town hall. We had a data ready in Dynamics, and it was fine. The one day after my exile had been finalized that Kyle held his grand town hall. Like my private spotlight. His voice a powerful transition. He wore a headset right like he was about to drop a TED talk no one asked for. Sitting the floor in those white suit tech bros. I read Atlas Chapter 1 and put out Jesus with a serious name. The projector clicked on behind him. Casting gold out that across the chip folding screen. Radiant Dynamics, the future of Apex manufacturing. I almost jumped on my furnace screen. Not because of the name. I chose that name on the spotlight even if it didn't feel more complicated. But because of the power, the added gradient. A system we didn't even understand. Dressed up in buzzwords and mentioned that overview. Kyle announced. Arms spread like his noses parting the face of the mountain. No more legacy code. No more patchwork solutions. This company is going to be fully optimized. AI enhanced and automated from end to end. There it was. The sales pitch of a man who hadn't built a damn thing in his life. Now a couple more systems there. But he sure knew how to walk as a major built on fairy dust in my life's work. The next slide. Flowchart loaded with efficiency nodes and arrows moving in every direction like a toddler got a hold of an eye-reading tool. At the top was the Meridian logo. My logo. Comfortably radiant as the party logo. Then came the gist. Now I know some departments have been added into the wall. Kyle said, focusing and smiling. They're used to, let's say, just what happens. He didn't look at me. He didn't have to. The entire room turned their heads like sunflowers chasing shape. Right on cue, my phone had been staring at them. A collage of hand-drawn schematics, old test equipment, even a photo of a wall calendar I refused to digitize. This, too, is what works. A few chuckles followed, nervous ones. The kind that will make the person who most next to us rest. I said nothing, but I smiled. It wasn't big. Just the faintest curve of lips. The kind of smile you physically liked, but one that didn't bite. She sat 2 rows behind me, pen halfway to the notebook, and caught the whole thing. Her eyes widened. I never told my brother-in-law. I served 20 years in the military. Thought I was just his gentle sister-in-law. Until my sister sent me her secret distress code. 15 minutes later, the text message arrived at 9:17 p.m. 3 words. I'm sick. Anyone else would have glanced at it and moved on, but I nearly dropped my phone. Just 30 years earlier, sitting at a cheap diner outside Fort Bragg, I had delivered my sister exactly what those words meant. If she was safe, she would write, I'm doing okay. If she was being watched, she would respond. If someone said everything was fine, she would write, I'm still okay. One word, that was the difference. One word that truly, one word that chilled me down. One word meant I had 15 minutes to decide whether I was going to react.
There we go.
First, I'd ask if she wanted to visit me for a weekend. She'd check with Kevin. I'd ask what movie she wanted to see. Kevin answered for her. At first, I convinced myself I was imagining it. Then the pattern continued year after year. Pieces of my sister seemed to disappear. One Sunday afternoon, while Emily was in the kitchen, Kevin sat across from me on their patio. He took a sip of beer and laughed. You know, Sarah, I don't think you've ever had a real job. I smiled. He gestured toward the flower beds. They seemed pretty relaxed. I barely laughed. I'd spent years sleeping in tents, surviving desert heat, and life like that decisions. But I simply said, that's one way to look at it. Kevin chuckled. Emily's the strong one. She's always been responsible. I watched him. Not because his words meant anything, because of the way he said them. There was something that suggested he enjoyed underestimating people, especially women. After that, similar comments became common. Sarah doesn't understand business. Sarah worries too much. Sarah spends all day with flowers and dogs. Emily usually felt uncomfortable when he spoke that way, but she never challenged him. That bothered me more than Kevin's comments. The sister I grew up with wasn't afraid of speaking her mind. The words, besides being afraid of something, I just couldn't figure out what. Over the next 2 years, the changes became harder to ignore. Emily stopped answering calls and email. She barely went to the her social circle shrank. Friends stopped visiting. Gatherings became less frequent. When I asked her if it was okay, she always smiled. Always. The exact same smile. The smile made me aware of the discussed the truth. What happened while helping her? I noticed bruising near her wrist. My stomach tightened. What happened? She immediately pulled down her sleeve. Nothing, Emily. I bumped into a shelf. The answer came too rehearsed. I didn't push further. Not then. Pressure often makes hard people retreat. Instead, I stayed patient, observed, waited. Months passed. One evening, nearly 30 years after we first met, emergency phone returned. Back when I was a young Army officer, Emily worried about me constantly. She worried during deployments. She worried during training exercises. She worried in
Damn it.
so, I created a semantic relation system. If one of us ever needed help but couldn't ask directly, we used specific phrases. It was meant as a joke, a sisterly thing. Probably never needed, or so we thought. For decades, neither of us texted again. Nothing else. No emoji. No explanation. No follow-up. Just I stared at the screen. Emily instincted silence. You often imagine military training as weapons, tactics, or combat. The most valuable skill I learned was recognizing patterns. And when patterns Emily hadn't chosen to send that message. She had chosen to outside. Then I opened my contacts, not to call them, not positions being launched, hoping to make things worse. Instead, I began gathering information about what I'd been trained to do for 20 years, slowly, methodically, without panic, without assumptions. Something was very off. For the first time in years, I had the understated feeling that my system had to come find her. Part 2. The distress ended. The first routine crisis response is simple. Don't let fear make decisions for you. The second rule is even more important. Gather facts before taking action. I repeated, cool, silent, as I set my coffee aside and moved to normal focus. Most people probably assume that after retirement, military habits disappear. They don't. Not the useful ones. The discipline stays with you. The ability to remain calm stays with you. also sounded honest. She wasn't exaggerating. She wasn't hesitating. She simply didn't know. Kind of like my jaw tightened. Emily, mostly crying. I closed my eyes for a moment. Years ago, during deployment briefings, the devoted discussed indicators. One indicator alone meant little. Several indicators together made that pattern, and I was beginning to see one. Anything else? I asked. Actually, Diane hesitated again. What? I hadn't seen Emily driving. Now I was paying attention. Emily loved driving. Always had. Road trips, getting restaurants, coffee shop visits. Driving represented freedom to her. Maybe 2 months. 2 months. I wrote it down immediately. Anything else? Another pause. Kevin fired their housekeeper about 3 weeks ago. That was all. Emily and I wanted to see her please. Bouncing around because some tasks were difficult.
She may be a heavy bird, but with the right gear, she's a damn good runner.
Restrict communication, gradually narrow someone's world. By the time outsiders noticed, the damage is often significant. When I ended the call, I sat quietly for several moments. Not because I was shocked, because I wasn't. Deep down, I'd been worried for years. Now, evidence was simply catching up to instinct. I checked the time, 9:31 p.m., 14 minutes since the text arrived. I opened social media. Emily hadn't posted anything in weeks. That wasn't normal. She loved books, libraries, photos of her life. There was always something. Now there was nothing. Next, I checked in with her.
God damn it. Let's get some Pokeballs in the chat, folks.
Not come inside. Not ask her yourself. Just a statement. She's fine. I looked past him, toward the living room. I'd still like to see her. Kevin shifted his weight. A tiny movement. Most people wouldn't notice.
My father signed my DNR at 11:02 p.m. without calling me once. I was still conscious. The nurse handed me the visitor log. 0 entries. 11 days. Then she whispered the physician who overwrote it this morning. He said he knows you. I grabbed the chart. The signature belonged to. The fluorescent light above bed set up flickered twice before settling into its steady on. Then I watched it through the slit of my left eyelid because that was the only eye I could fully open. The ventilator beside me breathed with a rhythm I'd memorized for 2 days. She irritated that were learning to do it themselves again. And someone near my right shoulder. A clipboard straight against the metal rail of the bed. 11:02. A man's voice said, "Quote, Rivers." I came in late for the exact minute. That's the timestamp. Make sure they log it correctly. I couldn't turn my head. Not yet. Not with the circle of colors still on. First, 3 days ago, maybe 4, time to guess. It's out. And I'm releasing every page, every log, every conversation. More things like I wasn't personal. Some furniture being negotiated over. Sir, are you certain about this? A woman's voice. Night charge nurse. I've learned her shift from the way your sneakers speak to me. This is a do-not resuscitate order. Once it's in the chart, it's active immediately. If he managed to, you won't go into it. And so, and if he does, that's the point. I'm his father. I have now been attorney for my decisions. It's on file from 2019. You already know it. I signed it with the hospital attorney present 3 years ago when we set up the trust. I understand, sir, what our protocol requires. Your protocol requires a legally authorized representative. That's me. Hold out your hand and point to your person management if you need to escalate. She'll confirm. I already spoke with her at 9 tonight. A pause. Then one moment again. I heard the slick sound of a phone being turned over, and then the scratch of a signature on the line I couldn't see. I'll need to notify the attendant. Call me if anything changes. Footsteps, pains, weather scars, expensive. They walked down past me on my bed and I caught the edge of another mirror melted. Gray in the temples, navy overcoat still on inside the unit, a leather portfolio tucked under his left arm. He didn't look at me. He didn't even glance. Then he was gone. Then I stood down for about a minute. I held her breathing. I heard her band tap against the chart 3 times. The wind told her about to use some of the 8 hours of the constitution. Then she walked away to me. The curtain settled, and the ventilator kept ringing. And the clock above the nurse's station ticked past 11:03. They'd been pushing like this for a while. Not the DNR. That was new. That was fine. But the sidelining, the rerouting, the slow administrative erasure. It started the day I got flipped by that cement truck on the I-476 approach. The day my spot bounced on the center console and my thumbs blasted to something the trauma surgeon had put on the most of the pieces still missing. I'd been induced into taking a woman because the story was bad. They moved me out like a baby. I've been in and out of consciousness since then. This man, another senior records reader's the neurologist on my case, a doctor here in Raz, kept writing medically results into the chart without actually testing it. I figured out why on day 7. Day 7 was when I heard my father, Gord Lockridge Sr., 58, senior partner of Lawrence Lockridge and Associates, the estate partner who spent 30 years building in Allentown, tell Dr. Baskin my family was preparing for the worst and that they needed clarity about the trust. The Sterling Lockridge Trust specifically, my grandfather had set up in 1994, the one that had skipped my father entirely and named me the sole beneficiary when I turned 31, which had happened 6 weeks before the accident. $18.4 million, plus the house in Devon, plus the commercial building on Hamilton Boulevard, plus the mineral rights in the Marcellus Shale lease my grandfather had bought for almost nothing in 1978. My father had been contesting the trust for 4 years. He'd lost in 2 separate proceedings. The third suit was scheduled for a hearing in November. If I died before November, the trust language specified that the assets reverted to the estate of Sterling Lockridge Jr., my father, as the next living descendant of the grantor. I'd signed that language myself, at 31, because my grandfather had written it that way, and because I hadn't married yet and hadn't had kids, and because I didn't think I'd need to worry about it for 40 more years. So on day 7, lying there with a tube young ventilator and a catheter in my arm, listening to my father tell a neurologist that the family was ready, I understood that I was not a son anymore. I was a balance sheet item. Day 8, they moved me from neuro ICU to a step-down unit. Dr. Rasper Santa Fe. Who would have flown in, you know? Which many hadn't been told. 11 days, 0 entries. My daughter had never been down. She adjusted my pillow, which was a nurse thing to do, and as she leaned close, she said, very quietly, the physician who overlooked you this morning. You wrote a counter note at 6 a.m. and then revoked the DNR before your father at 11. But your father had it reinstated at 11:02. I was here for both. I want you to know that. I blinked once, slow, which was as close to a question as I could give her. She understood. The physician who overrode it, she said, and her voice dropped so low I could barely hear her over the ventilator. He said he knows you. She straightened up. She glanced at the door. Her hand moved across the bed rail and I felt something cool and flat slip under my left palm. A folded piece of paper, about the size of a business card. I'll be back in 12 minutes with vitals, she said, at normal volume. Try to rest, Mr. Lockridge. She walked out. I couldn't move my right hand, but my left hand worked, and I worked it. I pulled the paper up slow, millimeter by millimeter, until it was against my hip and then against my ribs, and then finally, when I was sure no one was watching, I brought it up to where I could see it. It was a page torn from a chart. The top of it had my medical record number and my name, Lockridge, Gordon James II, DOB March 14th, 1995, and underneath was a physician's note in the crisp electronic font the hospital used. 604, revocation of DNR/DNI order. Patient demonstrates intermittent purposeful response on bedside examination. Left hand squeeze to command. Tracks examiner. Attempts a verbal response around ETT. Neurological status inconsistent with previously documented assessment of medically responsive. DNR/DNI order dated 11 days prior and survival of psychological reevaluation and direct patient conversation. Family epilepsy authority suspended pending capacity determination. Patient is to be weaned from ventilation today for respiratory therapy. I will conduct nursing follow-up at 1800 hours. Bramwell, LST, MD, attending critical care medicine I wasn't going to let that order stand without making sure you weren't in there. Do you understand me? I blinked twice. Yes, okay. She took a breath. Dr. Bradwell is going to get here and he's going to do a capacity evaluation. If you pass it, and you will, then your father's proxy authority ends tonight, legally, right here, and then you get to make your own decisions. I blinked twice again. Okay, she said. I'm going to get you some water on a sponge. Don't try to talk yet. The tube's still in. She left. I lay there and I listened to the ventilator and I watched the clock above the door. 11:34, 11:47, 12:02. At 12:14, I heard a voice in the hallway I hadn't heard in 9 years. Where is he? Not a question, a statement. Ellis Bramwell had the same flat Pennsylvania cadence my mother had, the same one that made every sentence sound like it was already decided. Corinne answered, and then there were footsteps coming into the room. And then Ellis was standing at the foot of my bed in a wrinkled button-down with a stethoscope hanging off his neck and a lanyard that said logo. Critical Care, Bramwell. He looked older than I remember. Grayer, harder. He looked at me for a long time without speaking. Then he said, "Hey, kid." I tried to smile around the tube. I think it worked a little. He came around to the side of the bed. He didn't touch me yet. He picked up the chart. "Okay," he said. "Okay, let's do this right." He looked at Corinne. "I need Dr. Patel from neurology down here now. Not in the morning. I need the attending hospitalist on the floor. I need someone from risk management who isn't Peltier. And I need the nursing supervisor." "She's already on her way," Corinne said. "I paged her when you were on the phone." "Good." He turned back to me. "Gordon, I'm going to run you through a capacity evaluation. It's going to take about 15 minutes. I need you to answer everything as clearly as you can. Can you do that?" I blinked twice. Lights won't hold up in a treadmill. We're going to do this with a tube out. Respiratory's been weaning you for 4 days. Your time quantities have been above spontaneous threshold since yesterday morning. You're ready? I'm pulling you. A respiratory therapist named Dante Figueroa came in inside of 90 seconds. A tall man with gentle hands. And Ellis and Corinne and Dante worked on me for the next 4 minutes. And then the tube came out. And it was wrong and my voice was gone and I coughed for a minute straight. That
Fuck!
is the first word I'd said in 11 days. Ellis. Ellis closed his eyes for a second. Then he opened it. "Yeah, kid. Yeah, it's me." I coughed again. He signed it. "I know." He signed it at 11:02. "I know. I'm going to fix it. But I need you to pass this evaluation. Fast, because your father is a smart man and he's going to cross the line to contest my capacity determination. Do you understand?" "Yes, okay." He clicked his pen. "What's your full name?" "Gordon James Lockridge II. Date of birth? March 14, 1995. Current president?" I gave him the answer. He nodded. "What hospital are you in?" "Right. What did you take? Cement truck, 476. September 22nd. Today's date, to your best estimate. October 3rd or 4th. Close enough. It's the 3rd. Who's your father?" "Gordon Lockridge Sr." "What is your father's profession?" "Estate attorney. Senior partner. Crumholtz Lockridge." "What is your relationship to your father right now?" I looked at him. I looked at the ceiling. I looked back at him. "He tried to kill me tonight." Ellis didn't write that down. He looked at Corinne. Corinne looked at him. "Gordon," Ellis said carefully, "do you believe your own judgment that you have the capacity to make your own medical decisions going forward?" "Yes." "Do you revoke any of your proxy authority previously granted to Gordon Lockridge Sr.?" "Yes." "Say it in a full sentence for the record." "I revoke the healthcare proxy authority I granted to Gordon Lockridge Sr. in 2019. I am of 70. I am making this decision freely. I do not want him as my proxy. I do not want him in this room. I do not want him in this hospital." Ellis wrote. The nursing supervisor, although the name Yolanda Strickland, came in at 12:39 and witnessed the last 12 minutes of the evaluation. Dr. Indira Patel from neurology came in at 12:51 and ran her own abbreviated exam and concurred with the capacity determination. By 1:07 a.m. there was one page in my chart, signed by 3 physicians and 2 RNs, documenting that Gordon J. Lockridge II was alert, orient, demonstrating intact memory and judgment, and had formally revoked all prior authorizations. At 1:14 a.m., Ellis wrote a second note confirming the DNA. At 1:22 a.m., Yolanda filed an emergency internal safety report flagging potential failure to intentional fiduciary conflict and possible abuse of healthcare proxy authority. At 1:41 a.m., hospital security posted a man named Winston Okafor outside my door with instructions that Gordon Lockridge Sr. was not to be admitted to the unit under any circumstances until further notice. At 2:30 a.m., I asked Ellis for a phone. He handed me yes. I gave him the first call was to open the name of Priapella Swami.
Alright.
Grandfather's trust attorney.
Second isn't so bad.
Since my 31st birthday.
Now I kind of have a lot better idea of how this particular chocobo works. I think I can do better in second. There we go. Chocobo races. An enjoyable part of this game. I don't mind this so much. It's a good challenge.
like the two worlds. Someday came. I knew the end before I finished reading it. Garrett put in everything in capitals. He was never proud of his cursive, and he closed his sentence like a man who learned to write in another country. And beside the words, small, almost an afterthought, was a little arrow. He'd drawn that arrow in one every anniversary of 14 years. It was the closest thing he had to a signature. My husband took that photo. My husband made it. My husband drove across town and taped it to my door. That's the part that Metro recalled. Not the dress, not the porch, the arrow. And Garrett believed that photo was an ending. He pressed his own handwriting onto my door. Over a date he had no idea I could do, and he taped it up like a man who already won. It was the only piece of paper possible thing he ever handed me without a fight. We started the house 9 years ago. This spring, our second wedding anniversary cut into a fight about why we were still renting. Garrett worked for my company. Renter service and tile, commercial work mostly, schools and office buildings, once building an regional hospital. And I worked, and still work, as a closing officer at a title company. Between us, we put hardwood and granite and green kitchens into other people's houses for a living. We just never quite got around to our own. So we made a will. Every month, before anything else, money went into a separate savings account at Home Mutual, and I wrote it down by hand in a big spiral notebook we call Matt's book. I'm the kind of person who writes things down. In my work, you learn fast that the person who adds the names up is the right one. The dated one, the one with the signature book. The house book had 9 years of deposits and 2-year rents. My small neat numbers, Garrett's more than capitals, and on the inside cover I written the address he didn't have yet as a blank to fill in. The first deposit was $1,200 with a tax refund. Long paid for 9 years back, then it was usually $1,500 a month, sometimes $2,000 when one of his commercial jobs paid out. The hospital might run $41,000 at once. My closing bonuses went in, and he had his truck transition done. He still managed $800 a month around me. I added it all up later, sitting at my kitchen table, and the house book said $214,500. There was one more number, but it lived in a different account than on the back page of the notebook, not the front. My grandmother May raised me through most of my teens, and when she died, she left me $48,000. I put it in a certificate of deposit at a different bank, and I had never touched it. On the back page, I'd written, France, not the house. Simple. I kept touching that money felt like it knew she was really gone. Whenever I pushed about actually buying, the listing I'd seen.
Damn. I might have actually gotten first on that if I hadn't fucked up on that one wall.
And I said it out loud. This one, something like this one. Garrett looked at the price sheet, then out the window at the bare graded lots. Then he put his arm around me and sent me to my bike when the timing was better. We drove home, and that night I locked the 15-year something. Looking back, the cooling started slow. He began driving to the store.
So close. Let's see. 35, 45. Oh, goddamn gates. That Choco Jump is a pretty damn nice ability. I'm not gonna lie. There's some rare items I need for item creation here. This is why I'm doing this. I'm gonna make a whole bunch of goddamn casino points really fucking fast. But I'm just kind of enjoying doing the Chocobo races, so. Yeah, I hit some walls and shit accidentally there. That fucked me up pretty good. Won that by a pretty good margin, honestly. Oh, shit. Well, I'm going to have a lot of catching up to do here. Okay, those things just were determined to fuck me. I'm gonna lose this horribly.
Signer had exceeded his authority. no transfers, and the signer's access revoked. I have a document which recommends through the tavern window. I could see Chris still leaned back in his chair, telling some story. His medicine, the kingdom's.
Damn it! Shit. I fucked that up a little bit. I gotta run the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Give this race at least one more shot. Damn it! shit! I fucked up on that one corner.
We're all looking forward to your next race.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Congratulations on your victory. What are your thoughts on the race? Why even bother everybody?
Got gold saucer points? Thanks, and have a wonderful time.
I need at least 2 more of these. Means I need to get the Toneberry King's robes. Shouldn't be too hard. I've already beaten the fucking thing. Alright, so it is that time of the night. We're going to go ahead and start looking for a raid target. Adidas, Goliath, Coffee, Fotis, Chef, and Ghost Wolf. I appreciate you still being here. Oh, damn it. Well, you just lost yourself a raid in there, buddy. I don't like raiding to channels that do follower or subscriber only chats. I think it's a disservice to basically anyone who comes in there that doesn't know the guy. Alright, let's see if this one will let me raid in. They may or may not, depending on how the settings are set up. Oh, excellent. So we're going to raid to Dem Shenanigans, who are also playing Final Fantasy VII, the Rebirth. So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun, stay the fuck out of trouble, exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch, right? We really do appreciate it. It 100% makes our fucking day. And it makes all this worth it. As streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because, I mean, while we could do the job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and honestly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, I will not be here tomorrow, but I will be back Saturday and Sunday with more of this, so I will see you motherfuckers then. Until then, this is your Immortal Sith Emperor signing the fuck out.